Okay, I changed a lot of my microphone volume. I hope it's still good on here. It looks like it is. Maybe it's a little bit low. Yeah. This way? Yeah. Maybe that's right. I don't know, maybe not. Oh yeah, I'm over here. In this crazy area. Okay, let's see. I forgot about the craziness on the UI there. Oh yeah, I was doing this thing with these kids. Alright, I gotta check the rest of this area out. Can I go that way? Nope. I haven't even checked out the church yet, really.
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. The rectangular sea-worn ornamentation appears in stark contrast to the padlock, carelessly drilled into the wood.
Open the padlock.
The lock turns easily. You hear a click as the shackle pops open.
Let's go.
A great whoosh of air rushes into the dark innards of the church, as though rushing to fill a great vacuum in the heart of the city.
Ooh, look at the mural. Lungs. Strange stillness fills you as you look ahead. You should walk here, not run. Okay. Sure. This grotesque wooden figure looks half finished. The port beam. Dang. Prayer book has been left open. The bowl is filled with water. A live wire runs directly into it.
The silence in this part of the church, it's almost palpable. All the shifting matter and shuffling of living things is gone. Nothing seems to exist beyond the church anymore. Maybe if you were to stand in just the right spot, even your footsteps would be completely silent.
Wait, I think I still hear something.
And then it's gone. Almost all of it, but for the faintest of hums. It seems the sound here is detached from its source somehow, if not blotted out outright. Truly unusual. You can hardly hear your own breathing.
Alright, that's fine. I don't think my microphone picks it up anyways. Stomp your feet and clap your hands.
You produce a few muffled thumps, after which the silence feels even more total, somehow.
Maybe my microphone does pick that up. Yell as loud as you can.
Your voice is barely audible. Not a howl, but the softest of whimpers.
Turn to Kim, what's happening?
The lieutenant points to his ears and shakes his head. Then he leans closer.
Can you hear anything?
Almost nothing, and it's beginning to worry me.
The church just has strange acoustics, some engineering trick.
Whatever it is definitely real. Something odd is happening around us.
The lieutenant doesn't reply, but you can sense him tense up next to you.
Look up into the bell tower.
The orderly rows of ceiling panels become barely visible, then disappear completely in the darkness of the tower overhead.
Try to see beyond the shadows. Nice.
It's like there's something moving up there. A shadow has emerged from the tower and it's making its way toward you through all the other shadows.
Follow the shadow's movements.
It's not a shadow anymore, becoming more substantial as it gets closer. The shape of an animal descends.
Officer, is there something up there?
Oh no, you've lost sight of it. Where did it go?
Blink. Oh.
You see something hanging from the rafters, looking straight at you with dark eyes. Maybe it's possible to talk to it. The shadow is a man made of the same stuff as the carpentry of the building. He is studying you intently.
Hey, who's there?
The man leaned forward a little, fixing you with a steady, unreadable gaze, then speaks.
Habitual alcohol use has made you into a scared little pussy, Holmes. But don't worry, everything's gonna be alright. You come to the right place.
Right place for what?
Here you can receive the mother's love. And when you're ready, she will take your hand and lift you out of the despair at the bottom of that bottle.
This man is obviously a habitual narcotics user. Do we really need to question him?
I'm put off by this religious stuff, he thinks. And maybe the ceiling climbing, too. It's all very hard to square with the lieutenant's own view of reality. Hey, and what was that about the bottle again? You haven't even drank that much lately. Lay off it already. Shish.
I love that sheesh. That was awesome. That'd be the best. Like sub emote. Or not sub emote, sub sound. Sheesh. Coolest sheesh that's ever been done. I'm a policeman. I talked about police things. I don't know anything about alcohol abuse.
Oh yeah, sure. You don't know anything about alcohol use. You got it all under control, Way. I could smell the control all the way over here.
I'm doing just fine, thank you.
I know it's hard to admit that you got a problem. I was like you once. Couldn't take an honest look into my own heart and see I was in pain.
You know, actually, since we're here, you may want to pay attention to what the ceiling climber is saying.
For some reason I feel like you have a point there.
Don't trust me. Trust the mother. I'm only the messenger, Holmes. This is the Church of the Mother of Silence. You are welcome here.
You have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Is he just trying to throw you off your game? Whatever it is, he's quite confident about it. Just look how gracefully he sways. 'Tis not an act, my liege. Save him perchance, he hath deceived his very self. This man is a zealot.
You know what their spooker is? I don't know what the fuck that is, but I'm gonna click on it.
Spooker? Oh, esa viejita es muy estudiosa. Don't know, Holmes.
Viejita is grandma?
So there's another person living in the church.
No. I just call her viejita because of her clothes. She's actually quite young. Or maybe not that young.
Wait, what if it's Ruby?
Did it ever seem to you like she was hiding here from something?
You mean like a fugitive?
He glances at the abandoned radio computer on the other side of the nave, pulsing with light. Then he shakes his head. I'm gonna go to that radio computer.
No, man. Quite the opposite. I don't think she cared much about
Oh.
authority or anything else for that matter. Maybe only about her machines.
I see. And where is she now?
I told you, Holmes. I don't know.
How can you not know that when you both live here?
Don't really follow her comings and goings. Just see her typing on her computer now and then. We got different interests.
You guys have to tell me how she looks, what she does, who she is?
I'm afraid not, Essay. You just have to wait until she comes back, or
search through her radio computer.
Okay then, thanks. Radio computer. What's this? Oh, I wasn't supposed to run in here, was I? The blackboard is filled with complex equations. They look recent. Nothing to do with radio frequencies? Relating. 2 decks of reel-to-reel tape spinning on empty. Portable Harman Wowshi tape recorder. Is it possible it's recording something? Someone's siphoning electrical current from outside into this antenna.
A machine stands in the corner, watched over by the figures on the stained glass window. It's turned on and quivering with soft electricity.
A radio computer. And it's turned on.
These machines sometimes harbor traps, he thinks. Alarm systems and the like. Let's be careful.
Uh-oh.
We should probably let it be. It's becoming clear that there's no trace of the suspect anywhere inside the church.
Let me just investigate it.
You see fluorescent play and print buttons on the keyboard. A hatch connected to the central compartment is wide open. The lieutenant says nothing. You see the machine's glowing frame reflected back from his diamond-shaped glasses. You're free to proceed.
Look inside the compartment.
Behind the hatch sits a cube-like crisscross of filaments, smoldering in the dark like fireflies. Silver tape on the side says, in black marker, log, February to March. This is the machine's filament memory. Press play to access its contents.
Press and play.
A bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum. The sound of static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. The static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned hall until a voice speaks out, crackling and old, cutting into the air.
Good afternoon, Fortress Accident on Saint-Brune. This is the East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat, is this the personal log?
This is a human interface. A retired person sitting behind a switchboard somewhere.
What's the personal log?
The filament you have inserted into the core.
You mean that glowing thing with the tape on it that said log?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking. Is this the personal log?
I don't know, maybe?
If you are unsure, could you please take a look?
Okay, how do I do that?
Open the hatch on the compartment. Don't touch the wires. A current is running through it, but the core is safe. There's a filament inside. I need to know what it's called.
It just says log and nothing else.
Good. Please repeat the password.
Let's look around. There's no use trying to guess the answer. Maybe he knows something.
I don't know the password.
Received. I will register this login attempt. Fortress Accident, is there anything else I can do for you today?
Thanks.
Goodbye, Fortress Accident.
The machine's keyboard is still illuminated, revealing
Press
fluorescent
print.
play. Nothing happens.
Okay, that's good. Let's take a look at this keyboard they got. Let's see what we're looking at here. It's just a bunch of switches. What is that? No ergo. Oh, ergo, I mean.
Oh, hey, wait. There's coffee in the back. Oh, wait. I meant the mother's love.
Coffee in the back. Something familiar about that. Coffee and stale cookies.
Have you any chance heard her say the password to her radio computer?
Too many times, essay. You need it for something.
Surveys are a good way to fish for personal information, especially in the name of public safety.
Did I do that? I'm doing a survey of passwords and passcodes to define regional trends in the interest of public safety, of course.
Don't sweat it, vato. The password is afterlife death. What you think of that? Makes me almost pity la niñita pequeña when I hear it. I think we're done here, essay.
Nice.
That was, however, I'm still not sure whether we'll find our suspect here.
Yeah, but we got the passcode. Come on, Kim. It's good. Good things are happening.
The machine's keyboard is still the speaker
Good evening. Good. Please repeat the password.
For life, death.
Good. I have unlocked the filament. After ending the call, please press print to access the filament. Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
Fortress Accident sounds familiar.
The company on whose name the terminal you're currently using has been registered to.
You have any information about this company?
One moment. Fortress Accident SCS produces revolutionary interactive call-in radio games. That's what the catalog says.
And what's that? This interactive call-in radio game?
Any other questions?
Alright.
Sleep well, Fortress Accident.
The machine's keyboard is the
Print.
printer prints out a long text document with dated paragraphs. It looks a bit like someone's journal.
Read the printout.
The first entry, made on the 4th of February, 51, by an unknown author, is short and concise. Arrived at the church. The door was boarded up, so I used the crowbar to get inside. Looks like the place has been deserted. Nothing out of the ordinary, but I'll ask around. Need to figure out how to get the electricity in. The lieutenant leans closer, scouring the printout over your shoulder. Just as you finish reading, he looks up, muttering under his breath.
4th of February. That's over a month ago. Whoever set up those machines has been here for quite a while.
Do you think this log might be connected to the case?
Our case? No, I don't think so. It must be some local eccentric.
Read the second entry.
6th of February, 51. Had a little chat with the local fishermen. Said I shouldn't go near that place, that the church was spooky and ridden with narcotics. It's a little spooky, all right. Still haven't figured out the electricity. See? Ridden with narcotics. Just like Andre said.
Read the third entry.
7th of February, 51. Finally got the electricity in. Next on the agenda, a new antenna. I'm thinking ESCA series, something advanced.
Why would you need an antenna?
Why would anyone need any of this equipment here?
For setting up a radio computer.
Read the fourth entry.
8th of February, 51. Bought the antenna, had some problems setting it up. Called Simo for help. Heard the others are back to making art. Drinking somewhere out of town. Sulislav started a rock band again. Lexi has been seen asking money from strangers. But at least the artists have their act together. They're qualified labor. They can get work anywhere. Graphic design, ads. The programmers are doing fine too. I mean, they're programmers. The writers, though, they're fucked. I just have to find out what caused that data loss and be done with it. Still don't understand how it managed to wipe out the backup, when the backup wasn't even connected to the front. I know. Everyone thinks it's impossible. They say I must be lying. I'm here to set it right.
Who are these people?
Her friends? Colleagues? She must be quite educated if she knew how to set up all this machinery.
Alright, read the fifth entry.
12th of February, 51. Brought some food from the grocery store. Apparently, there's a strike going on in the harbor. Definitely not happy to see the Martinez people again. Everything's now set up in the church. Going to start working tomorrow, 8 a.m.
The strike. We are nearing the date of the murder. Keep reading. I'm interested now. I want to know what's that radio anomaly that sent this person here in the first place.
Read the 6th entry.
25th of February, 51. I've been sending data up to Lintel for a while now, trying to recreate the data loss, but nothing. Didn't even feel like logging in, the disappointment. But I did discover a curious audio-spatial anomaly at the back of the church. I've named it the Swallow. It swallows sound. Need to get some mics.
Is she talking about?
Read the 7th entry.
28th of February, 51. Yes, the first recordings confirm that the Swallow is real and I'm not just losing my mind. It's a pillar of silence with a diameter of approximately 3 meters. Seems like the higher I go, the less I record. This might be a coincidence, or it could be connected to the data loss that led me here.
The pillar of silence. She is talking about the silence. Is she suggesting it's more than just an architectural quirk?
What could it be?
The lieutenant doesn't answer. He follows your gaze, studying the basins. The water shines in them. No ripples.
Read the 8th entry.
March 51. Some kind of young disco men have appeared next to the church. I've been trying to record the silence to find the epicenter, but now it turns out I've also been capturing the future of dance music, one neo-disco song over and over again. Fortunately, the song is so monotonous, I was able to devise an algorithm to factor it out. The other day, one of the disco men came in. Before I could even say hello, she got scared and left. Good, I don't want anyone distracting me from my work. That disco man must be a cell.
Must be describing a cell.
The girl on the ice? Sounds like her, yes.
Read the 9th entry.
March 51. A new 2-meter aux cable. Noodles, crackers, ping-ping energy drinks, water, toothpaste, gum. Also, some canned air. Your reading is interrupted by the sound of the church door opening. A strange woman makes straight for the radio computer.
Breaking into my radio computer, I see.
Yes, you are breaking in, but not into her radio computer. You're a master circuit bender.
I do apologize for the intrusion, madame. We are with the RCM, you see.
We're looking for a suspect in a murder investigation. We think they may be hiding here.
No one's hiding here. It's just me and my computer, and it has been this way for weeks. Now please give me some room. I need 2 seconds to see that you haven't destroyed anything.
We should talk to her after she has rebooted the machine.
When's that gonna be? Empathy shoes. The current ones give perception. I don't need that. I need empathy. Oh snap. Probably gonna stand here. Better spin its web around this wood carved pillar. Cracked pane of glass, colorful. Frost has drawn flowers on the glass, obscuring the view. Figure drawn in frost on the window, depicting a deer. Aim threshold +1. Goes around my neck? It does. And +2 drama though is too good. Too good to pass up. Alright, you gotta restart it, lady? Wait, let me check this thing. Or the fourth lightning pattern you saw outside.
What is it?
Sorry, but who are you? What are you doing here?
I am Soona Luukkanen-Kilde, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident and RSA radios. I have over 16 years of programming experience, and I'm proficient in both Vox and Orbis languages. If you're not here to hire me, I don't really know how I can help you.
Did she say over 16 years of experience? She must have started programming when she was still a teenager. That still doesn't answer what she's doing in an abandoned church.
Have you seen anyone suspicious? Say a woman named Ruby?
What? No, no one's suspicious around here.
She has not seen her, sire. 'Tis true.
Okay, I'll leave you alone. I feel like her storyline is really not gonna help, right?
In white, silver, and apricot
I mean, the radio
fields,
stuff is
the
connected,
young mother
right?
of
But
humanism stands above you. A crack runs across her body. She is impossibly tall, oval-faced and sad. A dark and radiant majesty. This is her innocence, Dolores Day. Cradled in her arms are a pair of glowing lungs, clearly visible from underneath her flowing dress. You should kneel.
I'll kneel, I
Your
guess.
knees touch the floor. The floorboards are hard and cold. There you kneel among the snowdrifts, diffuse light falling on your hands from beyond the glass.
Close your eyes first.
The world is silent, but for the creaks and cracks of the massive wooden structure behind you, it covers you from the wind outside. The ocean feels distant, its ebb and flow blocked off by the centuries-old pinewood sarcophagus around you.
Open your eyes.
The woman looks down at you kneeling. She towers among her followers, architects, laymen, courtiers. There is a sad smile on her lips and a glint in her green-blue eye of what? Compassion? Remorse?
It's compassion, look at that.
As that soft word passes through your mind, the lieutenant draws an X-shaped cross from shoulder to shoulder.
Seems to get up.
Your fingertips touch your chest 4 times. Then you rise from your knees into the apricot-colored light of the window. Above you, the woman still smiles her distant smile, sundered by the crack in the glass.
You can work the cracked glass.
The shards glimmer in the dark. You see little pearls of light on the edges of the crack that splits the female figure. Something was written there. Remains of broken letters line the emulsion. What it said, you do not know.
How did I know this is the mother of humanism?
It's a mystery sprinkled with self-pity and regret. For some reason, unknown to your mind, looking at her delicate eyes makes you feel like you're ready for drowning. All you know is, this is the young mother of humanity, and that you should go. Do something else. Escape.
Alright. God damn, game. Chill. Trying not to die over here. I had like an item that gave me like +3 healing to morale, but I guess I'm like completely wrong. Guess I'll just click here. Yeah, I'm out of here. Church did me no good. Alright, where have I not gone yet? Did I interact with that? I think so. I don't think I've gone here though. Encyclopedia +2. Oh. That's my perception. That's okay. I have tons of perception already. New glasses. Vagrants have recently painted the tarp red. Water drips from it. One-operated weighing machine. Hasn't been used for a decade. Makeshift roof. Vagrants have tried to make the boardwalk habitable. The tarp will keep out neither rain nor snow nor wind. Yeah. Can I open that? If I have higher interfacing, can I open stuff like this? Big wine canister. It's open and empty. Oh.
The smell. It's awful and familiar.
Hold on, that is awful.
It doesn't help. You can still smell it.
What is it?
Don't you recognize it? That hideous pungency. That faintly cloying sweetness.
Yeah.
Only death smells like that. It is death. It must be.
And what's it smell?
The lieutenant has already brought a handkerchief to his nose.
Eyes up, detective. Something's not right here.
Careful there, these floorboards look rotten and weak. Okay, we're walking instead. Or running.
A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, a chewing gum wrapper. The smell is not as bad as a 2-week-old corpse, but it's definitely heading there.
Hold on.
Lieutenant squats next to the corpse and examines its face. 2 bulging eyes stare back at him, void of any signs of life.
Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is, he's been dead for 2 days. No longer. We need to investigate.
Another dead body. This is your job. Steel yourself.
Alright.
Calm now. Carefully. Just another day. Just another dead body. Breathe.
Study the man's clothes.
He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There are traces of kebab sauce on his chest. The leather jacket suits him well. It must be custom made. You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into 2. His jacket feels sodden and heavy under your hand.
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
Better the man himself.
The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. Coagulated blood covers his black hair. One of his feet is still dangling through the hole. A bad fall. It might have been dark outside. This place is a minefield in the dark. When damp, these boards are really slippery. Even a sober man could lose their balance here.
Examine his face.
His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his mustache. His eyes, empty and wide, look frightening in their frozen gaze. Height, 170 to 175 centimeters. Curly hair, stout build. Age, approximately 50 to 60 years.
The surroundings.
There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby. A chewing gum wrapper is clutched in his fist. Be very, very careful where you step here.
Examine... Step on the floorboards. Examine the man's head.
A dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound. It's sticky and cold to your touch. This is what killed him.
I don't see any other major wounds, do you?
No, just one in the back of the head.
Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
Examine the bottle.
A .75-liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing. There's hardly anything left inside.
Tear all around us.
Examine the chewing gum wrapper.
Grabowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall.
Look in.
The blackness of death. Stench. You think you see white chewing gum too. Confirmed. Nearly the whole pack is there. Solidified on his lower rear teeth.
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol before going home. The worst thing is, I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
Step on the floorboards, we're doing it.
They screech under your feet ominously. It's hard to say whether the dead man's weight was the cause of the boardwalk to break. It definitely looks fragile. You see waves churning below. Something cracks beneath your feet. He could have easily disappeared into the sea through that hole, and you would have never found him.
Step back.
The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take a step back.
What should we do with him?
From where I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle.
A field autopsy.
A field autopsy isn't necessary if the cause of death doesn't appear to be criminal, and this looks like a simple accident to me. I'd say we should just write down head trauma and leave it at that. Let's keep this detour as short as possible. The sooner we get back to finding Ruby, the better.
You're right, I don't see anything criminal here. Let's leave it at that.
Good call. The guys at processing can take care of the rest.
Okay, sounds good.
Alright, the station is going to want details, however. Let's examine that library card you found on the man's body, see if it has any clues. Then we can call the station from my kinema and hand over the case.
Okay. Library card.
The library card is folded into two and still slightly wet to the touch. The front side reads, Central Jamrock Public Library Card, issued to Billy Mejean, expires July 53. Billy is a unisex name. Could be the deceased, or his family member.
Look inside.
Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pencil. Radio thriller. Stand a little less between me and the sun. The last one in the list is The Glinton Curve by M. Theobald. A library stamp indicates that the book has been returned. Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi genre. Some thrillers too.
Look at the backside.
If lost, please return the card to the library. Dial 005 02 55211 or visit us at Moreau Street, 78, Jamrock. Business
buddy.
hours 900 to 1800.
That one's so loud. It's really loud.
We already decided to let the station handle this case, so there's no need for us to call the library.
Okay, put it away.
We've examined the library card. That should be enough for our colleagues. Now we can call the station from my kinema and hand over the case.
Okay. Look at this. This coin-op repeater has been out of order for years. I'm gonna walk back. I'm not gonna sprint back. Oh, I didn't look at the trash can, did I?
There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper in the trash bin.
Examine the tear.
2 empty bottles of Tallulah vodka and a can of black potent porter is all you find. No, there's more in there. Livis strawberry liquor, plus some Pilsner bottles too. Better not pick them up. They seem unhygienic.
A tragedy.
Okay. What about a cigarette package?
Whoever tossed it here was a heavy smoker. The brand name reads Red Astra. Red Astra is the black market version of Astra cigarettes, known for their high tar content.
Name a kebab wrapper.
You see traces of mayonnaise and ketchup
Oh,
on
lights
it,
came on.
as
Uh-oh.
well as
I
a
gotta get out of
tomato
here.
wedge. The wrapper reads Shish Kebab Revachol. It's no older than a day or two. No mold yet. It's hard to concentrate in the smell.
Oh, moonshine probably smells like tasty fermentation. So, I gotta report the dead body to the station. Yeah, I don't know about that. Return to. Ruby's in the Cinderblock village but left Monday. Should be anywhere north of the village. Look inside the church, ask around. There are people to the west of the mural, or I don't know. Ask a girl on a date, then ask her, and ask the wind maybe? Return to the felled mural and consult the wind if you don't know what to do. Other than that, keep searching the coast, okay? And then check boardwalk, check island, check land's end. I gotta go back there at 2100. Just getting close to. Damn. Hey, buddy. Oh. Where are you gonna sit? Got a bunch of energy right now, Schmitty? He does. He's messing with stuff. Alright. So can I go any more north? I think, yeah, that's it. Like, the church, like, you're just done once you reach the church, huh?
The light vanishes inside the concrete slit. The structure goes deep under the earth.
Yell ho into the slit. No. Kim, any idea what's down there?
No idea. Could be connected to one of the buildings around here.
Think we might find Ruby down there?
We might find her down somewhere. There's an old storm drain system beneath Martinez that's mostly collapsed. Revachol sewage system has been built and rebuilt 4 or 5 times now. In conclusion, she could be under any building.
But not in there?
I hope not.
Yell ho.
There's no echo and no answer.
What's in there?
Maybe it's just a storm drain for the sewer.
Okay. Good job. Good job, Thoughts. So this is where those guys were, right? It's the mural. These guys. And then I couldn't go any more northwest, right? It was just the end. The end of times. Yeah. Let me go up here with the mural. Touch. Did I go down here? Yeah, I did. And it was like, ooh, building, maybe something's in there, but then I couldn't figure out any way to get into it. Back to the mural. Is the mural there?
The once bright mural towers above you, saying, Feld Electrical, R&D. Tomorrow is just a whisper away.
What is this building?
Maybe we could, ask the man who's pointing at the building.
Great idea.
We already did that.
Good evening.
What's so fascinating about an empty building?
Aha, but it's not just any empty old building. What not a lot of people know is this used to be the R&D department of Feld Electrical. And Feld, which now sells ink cartridges mostly, was once a top dog in the turn-of-the-century cybernetics boom.
Hold on. What's R&D?
Wait, what's an R&D department? Research and development.
Apologies, it's an acronym for research and development. They don't use it anymore. You're probably more familiar with RTD, research and technological development.
Mea culpa. You are not familiar with that one either. This man is a bookhead.
I don't think I've ever heard of this Feld Electrical.
That's not surprising. Only a vestigial ink cartridge and ferrotape manufacturer remains. They started out as a midway electronics outfit in Königstein 2 centuries ago. After an aggressive move to Revachol, Feld became a global player in the emerging personal electronics market of the pre-revolutionary era. Still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. But Feld had an ace up their sleeve, or should I say they were developing an ace up their sleeve. I'm mixing my metaphors here.
What was that ace?
It was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building, that they developed prototypes for a tape computer.
A tape computer?
An elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home solution. Revolutionizing business machines, possibly even bring them to the average consumer, which is a feat of engineering even today's giants, Rehm, ICN and ZAM, haven't achieved yet.
He assumes something like a combat stance, facing the wind.
What happened?
Indeed. What?
The revolution!
Buddy!
Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary government liquefied their assets and expropriated those very advanced prototypes, possibly from this very building, or one of the adjacent ruins.
Wash my hands, it got some hair on me. Productive body. Okay.
All of this was built by Feld, even the boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D.
You're saying they built the boardwalk?
Yes, they even built a pleasure wheel, but that got destroyed in the war.
A pleasure wheel?
Yes. to lure in their star engineers. This part of Martinaise was nothing but reeds before Feld arrived. They had to make the prospect of living here attractive. It was supposed to become a global center for innovation in cybernetics. But history had other plans.
Okay.
But of course, what else?
What?
The once bright mural.
In there? She could. Or she could be in the...
Why single out this one building?
I don't know. I'm gonna consult the wind again when I can. Check the boardwalk, island, and Land's End. Where are these places? I don't know how to like find those areas. They must be on the like northeast side though, because I mean if the shots. It's a Noland, an unaccessible model. Okay. Interesting. Not, but okay. I didn't go to this side of the church back here, did I? Oh, can't. I can go this way though. Alright, let's see. That's just money, okay. Ooh, what's this? These rusty gears used to turn the whole machine. The building before you housed the engine. Must have been a big one. The chain trails off into the ocean to who knows where. The barrel has been recently discarded. It still smells of fuel oil.
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it. The door hasn't been opened in a long while. You see a handle.
What is this thing anyway?
It's military. A service depot of some sort.
It's to service what?
Probably something that is no longer there.
It may have been used to service an aerostatic battleship in the atmosphere, or a fortification, like a sea fort in the bay.
The structure had been used to take the shot?
From here to the wiring, I can't see how. The church is in the way.
Church is in the way? Oh, the shot's that way? Wait, what? I'm all turned around. What? Interfacing. Open the door.
You rattle the handle a bit, then push on the door with all your weight. It does not budge. Not only is it locked, it's also jammed shut.
No, the door's shut tight. How can we get in there?
We don't get in there.
What do you mean? We get into like everywhere.
Frankly, you're just going to have to accept the fact that you can't get in through every single door.
No. We've gotten into every door thus far. That's what we do. We open doors. We're cops. That's our perk. Even Everard knew that's a part of our MO.
Alright. I can live with this.
What else is there to do? Not accepting isn't gonna bring the fire brigade in.
Relax, he thinks. There's no one in there. If we can't open it, neither can anyone else.
Good point, good point, good point. Good point. Tim is very, very observant, very astute. Red buds cleaned away under a rock. Brand something. You take a mental note. Yo Bukiri seems important. Okay. That'd be good. Tiny inlets there, off in the far distance with a post trail tour. Yeah, look at that. A scented scarf. Ladder's too rusty to climb. The sea air has eaten away at it. This relay tower coordinates Boat traffic in the bay, barely. A rusted, broken control box for the radio relay tower. Someone's made a campfire here a long time ago. Is one of the traps?
There's a trap in the reeds at your feet. Looks like the same one you saw Morel set before. Same mesh, same wiring.
Look around.
The reeds sway in the coastal breeze. They seem to be waiting for something.
Not time to reach for the trap, so let's not do that. This. Ooh, a white polo shirt. My shirt's better though. It's just plus logic. If it gives me anything. No? If that's in the way, like if the church is in the way of the shot, then I need to go southeast? It was like great east. Oh, okay. What's this? Little fish huddle around the fence post and scatter into the dark. Didn't they say I need to like investigate north though? What's going on? Miss anybody? This is my little new place to sleep, right? Have I gone in her house yet? I think I did. Yeah, that lady. Little kiddo. Alright, what does this lady have to say now? Anything new?
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
On this jacket, if it's filthy, could you wash it for me?
I can wash it for you, but it's going to take about a half an hour. Think you can stay put for that long?
I could use a breather. It's been another track and field day.
Yeah, I'll wait.
Well, hand it over then, and I'll see what I can do. Must say, I'm proud of this one. It's pretty nice underneath all that.
Oh, there goes the
filth.
time.
I hope you'll have an easier life in your hands.
I want to tell her about the construction. Alright, so what can I wear these jacket now? Aim threshold half-light. Who's drop? Yeah, but I look cool. Look at me now. Alright, does this lady have something new to say?
Hi, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
I'm looking for someone else, actually.
Oh?
Nope.
Who? Well,
Nope,
how can
why
I
not?
assist you then, officer?
What do you do around here?
Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kids, pick nets. Right now I'm tarring a little skiff.
What else?
I sell the fish to people in the Delta to serve at their fancy restaurants. Authentic insular Indian cuisine.
Is that enough to make a living?
Sometimes I also walk to the beach to see what the sea has given up. The sea is full of surprises.
Keep it professional, man. Don't make it sound like you're hitting on her.
Interesting, what have you found?
Wood, pieces of glass. Every once in a while we see dead bodies. Human, animal, fish, other odd sea creatures. A mine washed ashore once. Bottles, drugs also. Lost cargo in general. Most of the time it's just wood and glass.
All right. Major choice moment. You only get to ask one thing. It would be weird to say them all. Choose wisely.
This looks bad, why don't you leave?
And go where? The fish are plentiful here, and we get enough orders to get by. It's not great, but it's something.
Somewhere, away from all this sadness.
People imagine picking up and finding something better is an easy solution. But how is that supposed to work when all your time and energy goes to staying alive? You have almost nothing to set aside to actually fight your way out.
Hordes of wild, homeless people roaming the lands. Nomads scattered across an endless plain in a dystopian world where tear is the only valid currency and people eat each other to stay alive.
I don't mean to complain about my pauper life. We are warm and fed here, and I don't know. There's just something about this shithole.
Kim's presence makes it awkward. Dress code made up show. Alright, I'll be seeing you. I'm not asking her out. I refuse.
You're back.
Oh,
Good.
I've talked her to death, haven't I? Yeah, nothing. Alright, I'm getting close to 2100. Gotta keep an eye out for that. And I haven't explored any of these things. The island? Land's End? Boardwalk. Land's End. So there's that. How is that little thing in the way of the rooftop there? How is the church in the way? What? Game? Alright, well, anyway, I'm gonna fast travel to the church. Oh, I have to like use a skill point to forget it and then learn something else. Okay. Back in here, I guess. Ask them some more questions, maybe. Oh, that guy's just gone. Okay.
Yes, what is it?
Have you seen the man living up in the rafters?
Nope.
Do you know he's around?
Yes.
Sounds like you're not worried about him at all.
No. You're right. I'm not.
Wow. You're giving me a lot. What are you doing in an abandoned church?
You really like those questions, don't you?
I'm a police officer. It's my job to ask questions. I don't
I'm
know.
conducting scientific research here. You can't throw me out.
What research?
I'm looking for the location of a 2mm hole in the world.
Oh.
Wait, what? She's looking for a disruption in the radio waves. That's what her personal log said. The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything.
What does that exactly mean?
Exactly. What does it mean? Up to now, it has been impossible to say what it is because it's impossible to measure nothing. What do you think it is? What qualities does nothing have? How do you measure something that does not exist?
Easy. You measure it by the world around it.
Alright, you measure it by collecting data on its surroundings on that which exists.
Exactly. Very true. That's what I've been aiming for. That's why I have those basins. I've tried using hydro transducers to record the silence, to find out where it begins.
Hydro transducers. So that's what those water basins are. Devices for recording sound through water.
But honestly, it's not progressing very well.
Is the hole connected to the data loss in your journal?
Yes, that's what led me here. But I suspect it might be something a bit more complicated than that.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know about the scary 2mm hole in the world for now.
Great. Thanks.
And why are so many machines in this place?
I brought them here. These are my machines. Please don't touch anything.
Okay.
Great.
How do you feel about dance music?
What? I hate it.
That was quick. Why do you hate it?
Maybe I'd have to be on drugs to get it, but to a sober mind it just sounds like uninspired rug whipping. No idea what it has to do with either dancing or music.
How do you feel about a club for a dance?
This is about those speed freaks in the tent, isn't it? I've got some news for you. It's not a nightclub they want to build here.
What do they want to build then?
Take a guess, why don't you?
Youth center would be nice.
I can't believe they got you so easily. Go have another talk with those up-and-coming entrepreneurs, will you?
Good luck. I'm not coming in there.
And I'll talk to them again. How much time do I have in the day? For my 2100. This is how I get to them, right? Yeah. I didn't look at some of the stuff around their little tent. Did I talk to her ever too?
A shaggy-looking girl in her late teens or early 20s
I don't think I
kneels
did.
on the ice with an electronic contraption in her hand. Hearing you approach, she looks up.
Oh, hello there.
She must be Estelle, the last of the speed freaks, Posse. It's cold out here, but she's not wearing a hat. She must be freezing.
I have some questions for you.
I'm listening.
I'd like to know more about your associates.
My associates? I haven't got much to say about them.
You must know something about them.
Of course I do. I just don't tell people about my friends and who they are and so on. I don't provide information on them.
To the cops.
Well, what about you? Tell me something about yourself.
Me? I'm a silver bird.
Okay.
Don't know what makes you think it'll be any different later, but
You've seen a red-haired woman around.
no.
Just no?
It's pretty desolate here. I only hear the dogs bark at night and see the shadows move down the coast.
Teenagers skulking around. Gang members looking for a hole in the Union's defenses. Maybe Ruby too. But she wouldn't be able to tell from here.
Considering what we're trying to do here, this doesn't look like a good sign.
Superstition. We can turn the grim desolation into a fun dance club, and thus also help turn this hellhole around.
Alright, what device do you have there?
This is a portable recording device. It's for field recording. Low quality, but still.
And the wires?
Actually, just one wire. I picked on it till the braiding came loose. The wire leads to a contact microphone.
What's a contact microphone?
A contact mic records sounds from inside things, like this ice.
Your mangled brain would like you to know there is a boxer called Contact Mike.
What am I supposed to do with this?
No idea.
Where do you get the mic from?
Same place I got the recorder from, the Palaceum.
Elysium.
Oh man, you haven't been to the Palaceum? It's the coolest place in this whole drug-addled shithole. It's a music club and a synthesizer workshop on Boogie Street in Jamrock. Musicians live there, like real musicians. I once saw Arno van Eyck.
What the fuck? That's interesting. Who is this Arno
Oh
guy?
yeah, guess you wouldn't know Van Eyck, or really be a Palaceum going kind of person.
Okay, I get down.
I don't know what that means.
I grind.
I don't know what that means either.
Up in the club. Do I actually have no idea what I'm talking about? Get down, grind?
She breathes on her fingers. Looks like she doesn't know what to say.
Alright. That has deserted me.
Sucks, man. Was there something else? About the contact mic, perhaps?
Alright, I have some non-mic questions for you.
Okay.
What are you doing out here in the cold?
Recording, I guess.
What is it exactly you're recording?
I think I'm recording cracks in the ice. But there's no way to tell. Not without headphones. I think I just recorded your footsteps too. Not sure how that will sound.
What happened to the old headphones?
What happened to the headphones?
My boyfriend sold them.
Before?
I don't know, man. Things. Just stuff you need for life.
A lie. They were probably pawned off for something suspicious.
Why does drama keep doing What are these recordings for? The cracks, the footsteps?
The musicians in the Palaceum used them for making music. They looped the stuff, cutting the tapes together. They make music out of cracks in the ice and keys jangling. Crazy sounds like that. It's hard to explain.
Okay.
Anyway, I thought I'd make some too. It's supposed to be, like, a music place anyway. I don't really know what I'm doing. They use synthesizers too. I don't have a synthesizer.
The sharp drop in endorphins is almost visible, like a warm blanket has fallen off her shoulders. The wave of chill, the quivering jaw, indications of a drug high.
Take this, you're cold.
No, man, fuck that, I'm cool. I'm sorry I said that. I'm sorry about the fuck.
It's okay.
Give you your hat.
Thanks.
You said it's supposed to be a music place. You mean the one Andre's got planned, the church?
Yeah, the boys think it could be a place, like the Palaceum or something. Stupid. It's really not gonna be a Palaceum, that's for sure.
And who are these boys?
The boys?
Yeah, Andre and the guys, inside the tent.
And why is that?
Why are you freezing out here while the boys go inside?
They got too much stuff crammed in there. No room.
Stuff like what?
Didn't you see it yourself? It's mostly music stuff. Like this tape recorder, but bigger.
You mean like those headphones your boyfriend sold?
Yep, they were pretty. I'm sorry we sold those.
Why not just leave some of it outside so you don't have to freeze?
That stuff is more expensive than I am. More expensive than any of us, really. Doesn't matter. I can take the cold.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Tell me more about this place you've been planning in the church.
It's supposed to become, like, a club for anodic dance music, like that new style of synthesizer stuff they play at the Palaceum. Except that, yeah.
Okay, enough about that.
Go ahead.
Empathy legendary. I'm picking up the tape recorder. I'm gonna die.
The device is cold to the touch. An angular Omicron logo adorns the yellow plastic cover. Underneath you see a reel of tape rolling. You put the device back on the ice.
Alright.
Okay, bye.
Did not get much out of that conversation. That's from an unending party. A pole screwed in the ice caps keeps the tint correct. More tribalistic markings. This post is covered in little humanoid. Did I inspect this thing yet? Little
A
bridge.
pane of Eternite has been planted into the snow. 2 poles are holding it up. Barely holding it up. It could fall over any minute. A stronger gust of wind might be enough.
What is this?
It looks like a makeshift bridge. Could be convenient.
Push it over.
The pane falls into the icy snow with a soft thunk.
Okay. I just opened up a bridge. Sure. Wasn't expecting that. Alright,
Hi
guys.
again. So, how are things going?
How about the church? I checked it out.
And? What happened?
Talked to the shadow-clad being climbing the beams.
Oh man, the Crabman, you mean? Who is he? What did you think?
He gave me an odd lecture about alcoholism before rambling on about mother's love.
Really? Huh. Interesting. What's he doing in the church?
Just preaching and praying from the looks of it.
No matter. Is he gonna be a problem? Yeah, Noid is right. Let's get back to the point. What are we gonna do about him?
These guys will never catch him. You will never catch him. There's nothing to do.
As far as I can tell, he's not going to leave. He'll climb up around up there and you'll never catch him.
I don't know, man. Doesn't it feel like a major hindrance to you? A spooky guy climbing around when all the guests are trying to have nice, friendly hyper time?
I don't really think he gives a damn about you or anyone else.
I guess it's not a massive problem, now that I think of it.
Everyone is welcome to dance till the morning light! Yeah!
Maybe. I guess we'll figure something out. Okay, but what about the other spooker? The one in Grandma's clothes? Did you see her?
Yeah, I was using the mainframe when Suna appeared.
A programmer? That's odd. What was she like? Did you ask her about the nightclub?
She said you guys haven't been completely honest with me about your plans.
Come on, man. Who will you trust? The spooky programmer or us? We just want to make the world a better place.
Feel the love! Get down and feel it!
A half-hearted sell of something which does not seem worth buying.
The love? No, I'm not really feeling it at all.
You'll get there, believe me. When we've got our gear set up, things will be flowing and pumping. Anyway, now that it's settled, how did she see? I mean, disposition-wise, about the dance club idea. Yeah, Oda 9. Rocking it or dropping it?
Did not like the idea.
What a pity! That's my favourite thing in the world! And she doesn't like it at all!
A shame. What can we do now? Do you see a way out of this jam? And into a laser-lit future of dance and unity?
Unity! Dance!
I made it very clear that she won't leave until her own project is finished.
And you can't just evict her?
No, I want the victor. We have to come up with a different solution.
Look at you, Honor Man!
No, Noid. He's right. Maybe we've approached it the wrong way after all. I'm sure there's a workaround. We can make a deal not to bother her. If that's okay with her, we only want to get in the church and spread the joy and ecstasy of music.
The lines in the dark exist. Coexist.
At least Crabman seems like an advanced being. He's hard. He'll understand.
Yeah, he can do his climbing thing in the tower. And the programmer, does she like anodic dance music?
Does not.
Egghead cannot believe what you just said. It makes him pump the jam a little slower for a moment, but then he returns to the full swing of it.
No worries. We'll figure it out. If coexisting fails, you can always muscle her out, right? If it's all okay with you, what do you think?
I refuse to throw her out, but I can try convincing her.
Excellent! Good luck, my friend.
There you go. Everything isn't quite as you've been told. Take a moment to analyze.
A number of things don't add up.
I succeeded.
Let's take a look.
This is good.
How about gather around, kids?
Okay, I guess I'll do that. Okay, kids, now gather around.
The young speed freak puts down a busted capacitor and looks at you. The one with the large head seems very enthusiastic about whatever you have planned. Their would-be leader is less amused.
Things don't add up.
What things?
You said you've been lying about your plans. Your answer was very unconvincing. This isn't the makings of a club, it's full of laboratory equipment for manufacturing drugs.
I have no idea how you arrived at that conclusion, but it's wrong. Look, we even have speakers.
One speaker. They have one speaker.
And Nosopet is here for its active ingredient.
He said it was for his nose. What more do you want?
Likely pseudoephedrine. almost exactly the shape of ephedrine. Ephedrine makes you happy, and so does pseudo-ephedrine.
Where's his friend? Did he lose his friend?
What do you mean, friend?
Yeah, the speaker, you only have one.
It's a one-speaker system. It's monodynamic. You wouldn't know the first thing about sound reproduction in anodic music. Other speaker.
This may be the brain damage talking, but you've definitely never heard of monodynamic or one-speaker systems.
You know headphones, wouldn't a cell need her headphones to spin tape?
What do you know about spinning tape? Nothing.
I know you pawned them like they were lab equipment and drug ingredients.
I'm sorry, but there is no lab equipment and no drug ingredients.
Alright.
No shit.
You sure you tried to use a police detective to set up a drug lab?
That's... Come on, that's...
Against the law?
I meant to say, not true.
What are we gonna do with you?
What do you mean, do?
There's resignation in his voice. He's almost ready to drop the act. It wouldn't take a lot of pushing.
Tell me what's really going on and we'll work with that and be lenient.
What do you mean by lenient?
Calling back up and hauling you off to the pen for start. We'll see, now speak.
He thinks for a moment, then opens his mouth, but closes it again, then finally raises his hands.
Things are just way too hard for an entrepreneur in this city. It's not like we're not going to turn the church into the wickedest club in East Revachol.
Because we are! We totally are!
We just got to turn it into a speed lab first.
You know, to get our foot in the door.
Why do you need me?
Like I told you, spooky arseholes moved in while I was getting all this stuff together. A month ago, the place was empty, and now it's all spooked up.
Not really spooky, are they?
No, man. They're spooky, all right. It's just that they would also probably call the police if we started cooking speed in there.
But the sign was way off too. I couldn't feel the love at all.
Sir, you promised you'd be lenient.
This is it. Judgment time.
We're still just a club.
Yeah!
I knew it. It's impossible now.
No, Andre, it's harder now. This hard cop has come to show us how much the fish is, and the fish is always so much more. We all know there was never going to be a club for Nordic music with the Speed Lab. Now it has a fighting chance.
What's that about a fish?
There needs to be a club for Nordic music in there. Needs to. Everyone hates each other. Everybody hates it here. It's all just drugs and we're slaves and I can't. We are running out of time. We need a win, Andre. I promise this will be a win. We won't cook speed in there. We'll do it clean. We'll do it true. We'll do it sober and real and beautiful. This will be a victory for the light.
Boy, let's call this incident crime prevention. About eye on you.
Okay, we'll try to do it without the drugs. We'll do a straight club up in there, spinning the maddest reels, and nothing but, I swear to God. Okay, Egg?
From here on, it'll be straight all the way.
Alright, what's the deal with Egghead? I want to talk to him.
He's a quiet man, mostly communicates through music, and by being a master of ceremonies.
You communicate with him.
Well, he's just kinda here. I don't really know how to communicate with him.
You really talk to him?
Yeah, sometimes. When I stumble and find my way into his center, you have to hear a lot of hardcore to the mega first though.
The man smiles mysteriously, choosing to let the beat speak for itself. I get it. He's a puzzle.
You mentioned some kind of Ecclesiastes in the church.
Oh yeah, that's a meteor and name for the founding party. Thought it'd be cool to use it.
If you don't know what the founding party is, there might be a way to mask it with minor demagoguery.
Now hear me. What is the founding party?
Come to think of it, I've never really looked them up, you know. I can't give you a precise definition, but they're a very powerful religious organization.
Okay, and?
And they have roots in ancient mass society. And they're the custodians of the Pericarnassian Church. Plus, they anoint the innocents. They, like, made the Innocentic system, no?
Would they want to dance in one of the club in one of their churches?
Totally.
The Pericarnassian Church is about love. And Nordic music is about love. I got love for my Pericarnassian posse. Love is the relay out of death. We dance. Love is hardcore.
Unity. Unity.
Make some noise for my Insulindian posse.
No sane organization move on this level of absurdity in the church.
That's pretty downbeat. I think I speak for all of us when I say we expected the law to be more open to the idea of love, unity, and the Pericarnassian posse.
That's the way it is.
Yeah, I guess it is. So, you got more questions?
The one with the large head is still looking at you.
Alright, that's it for now. Alright, I'm gonna go over to Martinez. Oh, I got to be outside to do that? Okay. Why can't I fast travel? What's going on? What? Is it just like this exact spot? Something? I don't understand. Where did I fast travel from last time? Oh, now I can fast travel. What? Alright, I gotta go talk to this guy.
Whoa. What have we here?
A bridge?
A bridge with loose nails and rot-infested wood that creaks in the wind. A construction code violation if there ever was.
Whoops! I pressed spacebar on accident. And it's just gone forever now. Okay. To the balcony. I'm gonna go up top and talk to the guy. There he is. He's gonna crack the case right here, right now.
Gendarmerie, you found me.
Got your hint. Found the key right under the stone.
Beautiful. So tell me, are you here to make things right again?
What I'm aiming for, yes.
Beautiful. I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting.
Why do I want to meet your friend?
Trust me. You do.
Okay, I'll talk to him, but first I want to talk to you. I have so many questions.
That's nice, but I don't have anything to tell you. It's my friend you're looking for, not me.
He takes another drag of his unfiltered cigarette and looks around. It's getting dark and the neighboring windows have lit up, one by one. Downstairs, a cat crosses the yard, disappearing into the bush.
Besides,
good job,
I've gotta
perception.
run.
Something tells you you're never going to talk to an individual this cool or mysterious ever again.
On where?
To the city. It's a beautiful night.
Only if you promise we will talk again, it's important.
Something flutters in the corner of the lieutenant's mouth as you're saying those words.
We'll talk. Just not tonight. Take care, alright?
New skill. It's so different about him, like I just put my finger on.
Different, of course.
There's something mysterious about the way he talks and moves.
Something so mysterious about the way he talks.
Very mysterious.
Very.
He's barely holding it together. It's all he can do to keep from bursting out in laughter.
Come on, detective, let's go. We've got a potential witness to interview. His Sunday friend, remember?
Okay. What do I level up now? I don't know. What do I have, like, task-wise? It's still... Oh, these things. Titus, Rhetoric, Godly. Try that. So buggy. I like can't scroll. And I have to scroll the scroll wheel like 600 times. I bet it works just fine on a controller. Alright, empathy, drama. A lot of conceptualizations already, but I'm gonna do rhetoric. I don't know. Titus is where it's at. Did I accept that level up? Yeah. Dinner? Thank you. No, it's good. Dinner time. They just now created a case for Sprint. Too late. What do we watch?
Hey, GG's.
GG's.
It's Liquid the Buzz!
The buzz looking kind of cute. That's true. Ooh. Yeah, the music threw me off. And his opponent, hailing from Toronto, Ontario, Canada, please welcome Liquid Riddles. Casters, back to you.
And here we go. A very, very interesting showdown about to happen. And Jackie, I believe you have some pretty good data about these two players.
Yeah, I mean, these guys have some history. So let's go all the way back to Super Smash Con 2019. This was when Riddles was still a Richter main, and this is when he was definitely still an up-and-comer. He pulled off one of the biggest upsets to that point in Smash Ultimate history by beating the Buzz.
The pop-off? Remember
yes.
the pop? He was I remember that.
The big Pogger's face, too, that was captured and frozen in time.
And here's that head-to-head. You see that Smash Con set with the Richter against, it was both the Roser and the Olimar in that. And then, yeah, they played again at the Smash World Tour. I believe that was the Northeast Regional Final. And the Buzz tried a couple characters. That was pre-patch Min Min, by the way, and Rosalina. Both sets were very close with the Terry, so 3-2 in both of those, which also means we haven't seen the Kazuya in this matchup yet. So that's another interesting wrinkle that will get added here.
I can see right here, yeah, Riddles has never lost to the Buzz, and it looks like every set they had went to the last game.
Very
so
competitive.
Game 3 at SmashCon, and then 2 Game 5s at the Smash World Tour. So if history is going to repeat itself, Riddles is looking to continue that stat and maybe win this set in a close Game 5. But like I said, it is Smash Bros. One of the reasons we're here is to watch it because it's one of the most unpredictable games And here in winter semis, these are two players who are playing phenomenally well. Anything could happen.
And it's so much pressure, too. Just like what Jackie was talking about before, the winner of this will automatically qualify for the Panda Cup finale, which in this tournament, the top 3 will auto-qualify. So that's going to be taking place December 15th, where there's going to be a total of 32 finalists for each game, where PG will actually be flying them out. So there's a big incentive here. It's not just the set. It's not just continuing on through that winner's bracket, but there's a lot on the line between both DeBuzz and Riddles for the Panda Cup finale.
Yeah, and again, if you lose this, you're going to have to win 2 sets against 2 fantastic players to qualify, so you'd much rather do it through winners here.
You're saying top 3 auto advance?
Correct.
Yeah, to the finale here in this tournament, so.
Darn it.
I know, that's why I said, it be one of your own sometimes.
I'm just going to play the world's smallest violin.
Hey, but it's not losers, this is winners. It's still
bitter.
doable. Can you imagine 2 Liquid, though,
Yes.
automatically qualifying
It's
right here?
amazing.
It could definitely be doable.
Guaranteed Liquid in the cup. I'm a happy man. And let's get into it, going to PS2. Actually, we're going to do a button check first because DeBuzz always calls for that.
This is going to be, I'm really excited for this set because this is such an incredible clash of styles. Like, DeBuzz is about as grindy of a player as you'll ever see. He plays incredible, immaculate defense. His neutral is tight. He's got wild setups with his weird characters. Meanwhile, Riddles might be the most explosive player in Ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, he plays 2 characters, Terry and Kazuya. No one's making their comebacks. We got the crowd coming alive, got the Isabel, got the Turnip.
Yeah, I mean, we even go back to his previous characters, like the Richter that we were talking about, and you even go back to Smash 4 when he was playing Ryu. This has always been Riddles' MO. He wants you to be KO'd off of pretty much every single interaction.
Right, and that's going to be what's here. And for those of you unfamiliar, he kind of feels it out with heart. There's obviously matchups he's going to use Terry for, matchups he uses Kazuya for, but in this case, especially against his own Liquid teammate, going to be feeling out what's best. DeBuzz is going to be opening up with Rosalina. Seeing Rosa Terry, I believe, will be our opening matchup. Riddle's going to be playing, looking for these amazing, in-air conversions into Burning Knuckles. DeBuzz is going to be playing that super War Attrition style, acting as a wall, making sure no way he can get to the center stage.
Yeah, I was curious if we might see the Min, but like I said, the first time that they played the Min-Terry matchup, that was before Min was patched. So it might just be that Min can't quite harass Shield as well post-patch, and one thing that Terry and Kazuya are both very good at is hitting you for hitting their shield. So I think it makes sense.
I wish there was an analysis, Jackie, of how often someone who wins the RPS pregame wins the set. I wish.
All right, adding it to the list. At the PG Stats devs, hope you're listening.
If RPS counts, Riddles is now 4 overs with DeBuzz. He hit that paper on that rock so quick. Got a paper cut on DeBuzz.
Of course he went for the paper, automatically knowing that DeBuzz is the type of player that will throw out rock because it comes out frame 1. I don't know, that's the vibe that I feel like DeBuzz would feel.
Yeah, he went for the paper to get the paper. Let's go.
Hey, the crowd is feeling it too. I just love this energy right now. So the crowd getting excited up in the front, the energy that we heard from the last set with Wadi as we get set up here. Talking about the arsenal that DeBuzz has in general, not just with the Rosalina, we highlighted the Min a little bit, but the Olimar, of course, was the character that DeBuzz really excelled with earlier on in Ultimate, still excels with. Obviously, it's always that matchup dependent as we start off on Town and City.
Now, I get to remember that Rosalina with that gravitational pull, any single neutral B that Terry uses will get absorbed very, very quickly. So right in there, that already basically whittles down one of Terry's approach options off the game.
Interesting up smash right there. Wondering if he meant to turn around at the same time here as he takes care of Luma immediately.
Yep. And if you use that very, very, floating nature of Rosalina to weave around Riddles' Terry as well as he can. And it takes about, I believe it's 12 seconds for that Luma to come back unless it was changed. And every single time he does, that allows him, in the same way, like I was saying earlier with Icy, almost a desync what you want. You want to push out Luma, let Luma be the aggressor, take no risk for it. But it's like, Riddle's actually finding really, really easy ways to get rid of Luma. That power that would have been pretty deadly.
Yeah, that's a really good point right there. Just how quick he's been to just take care of Luma as he gets that grab. The Luma is back right now. The dash attack isn't going to connect as DeBuzz uses that platform for some. Make sure it hits, though. You saw the move attempt, but Riddle's staring DeBuzz straight in the face with that duff, taking that first dog.
Flex up smash. That's how you do it. You can try to hold 77 here. Actually died in between Luma and Rosa.
Oh. Nobody's safe.
Separation here, very key, and that up there also going to be a big, big problem. He gets down safely, though. DeBuzz edge guard attempt here. connects it with a down air. Wow, beautifully played.
And that's what we're going to see a lot in this matchup with Rosalina too. Going to really take advantage of Riddles whenever he's put into that position, especially with that space down air here.
And that whole thing started, by the way, because one of Terry's hitboxes extended on the Luma, giving Dabuz a chance to punish. Keep an eye out for that. That's huge in this matchup.
And these two both very, well versed in the nuances, those little micro nuances. Gonna add a long way. Riddle's already at 108. He has go, but Rosa nowhere near at KO percentage. Although I like those Nair into Burning Knuckle conversions. Down tilt nearly starting something really, really good. He gets it right here. 2 dabs for nothing to answer.
Yeah, she was too high to connect into one of the super combos.
And that's the thing with Rosalina, because she's that floaty, it just means like a lot of the things that Riddles is used to hitting, not quite going to connect the way he wants it to. He has to adjust mid-game. And even still, the Burning Knuckle, even though it didn't hit Rosalina, still got a Luma KO.
And a lot of those auto turnarounds too from those Shotos, especially when Dabuz tries to go for some of those mix-ups with the Nair here. Try to find an opportunity with that go still. Obviously here, 133% onto Riddles.
He wants that forward tilt into Buster Wolf, but it's too late. Dabuz finding Nair into that strong up air finisher. Looking poised right here, gonna stick to the game plan. It's been working. How about 2 Nairs up tilt, Nair again? Dabuz suddenly rushing down Riddles, who just seems to be holding forward in this case.
And right here too, not only with the Starbase down here, he's on top of that platform. Look at the patience right now. He knew he wanted to roll right back. The last hit of the Nair managed to land, but now Dabuz stuck a little bit by the ledge here, 74%.
Okay, Rosalina not giving Terry the time of day. Safely gonna return to the ledge. And that's the reason he's staying back there as long as he can. Wants to wait for that Luma to approach, and all Rose can really do is stick his foot out, hope for the best right now.
And waiting for the Luma to come back. But again, like you said before, Riddle's so good at taking care of that Luma, but right now Dabuz has a lot of that momentum. The rapid jab, what do you do here? You're gonna wait the opportunity to try to jump around. Does not even opt to go for the platform, but gets punished with the back air.
Tries to full hop. And now Dabuz not finding finish there. He gets the Buster Wolf, but it's just not enough to KO Rosa. He's gonna basically have to go until the game is over in this case, so you wanna hit as many as possible, either Power Gazer or, Buster Wolf over and over.
See if he has the apple to the back air. Yep, there it is.
Entirely doable.
Yeah, he still got go. He still got go. 145.
And let's see exactly where we're gonna go. Luma getting in the way. Hold on, 20. If he gets with, Dabuz, a little pop off there, knows how important that was. If he got him to around 50-60% with full rage Terry, you do not want to be there. Dabuz, sigh of relief as he gets rid of that potentially very scary snake.
Oh yeah, Go Terry needs 3 hits.
Yep.
I think that's pretty much it.
Yep.
So the Luma interrupting on that up throw up air, that would have been a solid like 40%. So that was absolutely massive.
Huge
Dabuz
right
is
there.
using Luma tremendously. We're seeing a lot of like really niche matchup knowledge come in. So.
Yep. And now the question is, will we see Mr. Tekken himself?
Ooh, that'd be crazy. Especially since like we mentioned before, don't believe that we've seen Riddles take out the Kazuya specifically against Dabuz.
He's definitely been using a lot more Terror this weekend as he usually does, but like I said, the Kazuya on a good day.
Their set history predates Kazuya's release.
Yep, that's true. When played immaculately, there's a lot of theory covers out there who say if you could play the game perfectly, who would the best character be? And Kazuya, of course, has these devastating 0 to KO combos. Let's see if it does it though. He would know much better than I would with the go here.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of it will depend on the stage bans, because I'm assuming it had Final Destination been left open, that we would be seeing the Kazuya, but Dabuz might know about that.
Staying Terry. not quite going the full risk yet. Of course, it's really important to get a Capic here. We're going to see small Battlefield here, too. Great Terry stage. He's known for getting these really, really good KOs off the top of the up B, and sometimes Dabuz jumps a little too high with full hops. He's going to be hit by a sort of Nair into, Burning Knuckle near the side, sometimes even KOs.
Yeah, get that tackle dash attack to take care of the Luma after twice, and already 50% onto Dabuz. Riddle's always quick to react to make sure that the Luma isn't a problem, but the way that Dabuz plays so passively, just to wait for the opportunity to get Luma right back. Now keeping Riddles in this situation, tries to catch the landing with the forward smash, tilted upwards.
And I think, we're seeing Riddles has no problem at all continuously being able to get Luma off the stage, but it's actually getting into Rosa that's the hard part. Of course, Dabuz has such a unique way of staying right out of your hurt boxes or hit boxes to just make him stay alive as long as possible. Luma finally comes back here. Riddle's keeping a little closer this game. It is small Battlefield here, so already at KO percent.
patience here. DeBuzz just waiting. Goes right through that platform. Trying to catch and get that drag down.
Okay. 7. He's got to have to read how DeBuzz lands these platforms. Then there you go. Great DI from DeBuzz. Otherwise, that would have been the first stock. Come back safely.
Constantly going for these low recoveries here, just in case. Doesn't want to go for a high recovery. Now that go meter's online for Riddles. Trying to find the opportunity. That shield, though, looking a little scary for DeBuzz. The tackle this time, the dash attack going to connect onto DeBuzz. Going to take that first stop.
Went for 4 forward tilts, none of them connected, so instead went for the mix of dash attack and it worked. This is going to be really big for Riddles right here, what he can get while he holds his first stock. Gets some extra credit on the side, trades with the up smash, luckily not quite enough to finish him. 60% already, and this is what I mean, especially with these crack shoot combos. Oh, went for the Buster Wolf mix-up on the side. I respect it, even if it missed. But unfortunately, actually going to dive to his own demise.
Unfortunate, past 150 there. That means you lost out on that go meter now. See DeBuzz now trying to play around Riddles, trying to have this opportunity now. Power dunk. Luma trying to actually swipe at him, but swipes at the Luma instead, sending it right back towards DeBuzz.
Okay, Nair into Burning Knuckle, did him so well. But look at that, he doesn't even want to go off the ledge. That's the respect he has for DeBuzz, and of course for the Rosalina matchup. Do not want to do anything that could mitigate your current lead in this match. Okay. And then now DeBuzz is adapting to those power dives.
Oh. Follows up with the double up here too, catches him again. As you can tank right through that Luma though to get right back to the ground. 86% and climbing. Go meter now on board for Riddles. Like the patience as he rolls right back in. You have to watch out with those star bits, but look, you know what Riddles is going for right now as he rolls right behind DeBuzz.
As Go tries to let one rip, maybe. Not going to connect. Dash attack, but DeBuzz was adapting to it. That cost him the first bad trade again. Luma off the stage, and that's going to be the... There you go. Finally finds that forward tilt jab confirm into Buster Wolf.
Get you and that star out of here. That was insane, especially with the way that he was able to keep him by the ledge.
Riddles is doing an absolutely fantastic job of nullifying Luma in this game.
Yeah.
That's what's super important. No matter who you're fighting against against Rosalina and Luma, get rid of Luma as quickly as you can.
Yeah, really, other than that one sequence in the second stock where DeBuzz did most of this damage, yeah, Luma has been absolutely absent.
See, going for that low recovery. That's going to clip him right by the ledge. Tries to go for that neutral getup as the Luma is back. 85% on the last stock for DeBuzz.
160, but staying alive.
Ooh.
Oh, nice little spot dodge there. Knew exactly what to go for the grab and the parry. This could
he knew he was rolling back. He knew he wanted to roll back there. He's instilling fear into the King of New York.
No, King of New York looking shaken right now. Just amazing how of course, Terry Main from Toronto coming in and knowing that basically Rosa had no place to move. Made DeBuzz scared, couldn't air dodge, couldn't roll, couldn't jump. Covered all the options there. Want to keep doing that for potential third win.
So we saw at one point in game 1, Riddles got a down tilt on DeBuzz, went for a second down tilt, and by the time that he started jabbing, Rosa was already too high for Buster Wolf to connect. And so that's the adaptation that we saw at the end of the game. You realize, all right, I can't keep pressing my buttons to try to like suck him into the Buster Wolf, so I'm going to try and catch a defensive option. That was absolutely brilliant.
Very, very well played. And as I predicted, I mean, hey, they've had last game sets every single time. Right now, it's just back and forth, as you can call it.
Oh, yeah.
And both these players have counter picks in their pocket if needed, but looks like they're going to run it back. Same matchup, but the game 3 on DeBuzz's counter pick.
Look at the raw emotion on DeBuzz there, too. He takes a deep breath, tries to keep himself focused.
It's a major win has escaped him for the entirety of, well, since Ultimate this year at least, for the majors. Trying now to opt for it, but he's got quite the opponent in his way.
Crack shoot, though. He's going to be able to dance around a lot of these platforms, too. You have to watch out for some of this up air pressure that we're going to be seeing from DeBuzz, especially since he likes to go for the downer into the up smash when he props you up.
Yep. The Battlefield going to give him a lot more safety to keep him alive just a little bit longer. As you see there, edge guard attempt. Okay, Riddles calling his bluff, saying you're not going to go for the second hit. I got the up B to get it back to safety.
You see him trying to catch him with the nairs just in case he tries to jump around the platforms too. DeBuzz just opting to go to the other side. The repositioning, though, to try to dance around Riddles. Riddles, once again, taking care of Luma, always on top of it, like Jackie was saying.
I'm liking this aggression from Riddles, looking a bit more confident and poised here.
Ooh.
Getting back. Power down.
Like the patience right there from DeBuzz, but Riddles having the opportunity to get that grab immediately. High recovery, saying, see her right there. The parry, the go meter's on, but you get the up smash, but you lose out on the Luma.
Yeah, we'll see. Oh, he's saying, you're not coming back. Not with that go meter there. Please, get off my stoop.
DeBuzz absolutely had to make that interaction count, because otherwise it just looked like he had given Riddle's go meter for nothing. So incredible edge guard there. That was so important.
Understanding what's at stake right here, too, especially in that position when he had Riddles right below the ledge. Luma completely interrupting him right there. The dash attack, though, he's going to be able to take care of the Luma. No, Luma actually gets right back to DeBuzz in that time.
Shot didn't kill, and the amount of safe recoveries DeBuzz has had is actually overwhelming.
Wow.
VI completely on point here. Diving again, dunking to the center stage.
And a little bit lackluster on that rage department here for Riddles. 149 for DeBuzz, though.
Now his percent's too high to lead to most KO confirmed, so now Riddle's using just a raw hit right here. Finish the stock.
Same trying to take care of Luma right there, too. DeBuzz was waiting in shield. Has no problem with that. The auto turnaround, so that way he can try to get that grab after dashing back.
Okay. Just waiting and grab after grab. Now Riddle's getting a little too antsy. Luma's gonna come back. It does. Edge guard attempt.
Saw the Luma sent out. Oh, I like that little directional air dodge back, but Riddle says, no, that's not going to work this time around. A nice parry into immediate punish.
I couldn't tell if parry the Rosa hit or the Luma hit or both at the same time. That was nuts. There has meter again. If Go activates here. Oh.
DeBuzz knows. Saw him go for that down air like we were talking about before, right through that platform. The go meter, like you said, hasn't taken much percent. Just like Aki was saying too, those 3 hits mean a lot there.
Gonna have to be careful here. There's a look, 54% in like 2 hits. 2 low conversion, 54.
Oh, it gets the up. Oh, wow. Still alive, 143, even on top of that platform.
Yeah, hold on. All of a sudden, that's gonna be probably enough to get a KO.
Yeah, oh yeah, Buster Wolf and Power Guys are both absolutely on deck right now.
Okay, definitely with full rage. Also, DeBuzz, an important stock one more time. I'm not a backer who's gotten this, has been insane.
Especially with the immediate turnaround right there too. Just dashing right towards Riddles to get that back air. Stuck on the top of that platform. That's a scary place to be. That was huge right there for Riddles.
The pivot point of the set right here, ladies and gentlemen. Game 3 last stock. Who is gonna go in to the rest of the match with a lead on their belt? Oh my goodness. Back-to-back conversions, 40% on each. Oh, trading 2.
Oh, losing out on the Luma here. Tries to go for a run-up grab. Riddles not gonna let that happen. Lands on top of that platform.
90%. Riddles really adjusted and made this comeback here. Buzz trying to be as careful as possible. Down tilt throwing knuckle. What awareness from Riddles to hit that!
To scoop him up too by the ledge. DeBuzz was playing so scared, he wanted to be so patient. But you're still racking up that damage, and you saw that Riddles was waiting. Whether it be with that down tilt, he was gonna scoop you up with that dash attack. Wow.
I love that sequence right there because those down airs are more threatening than you think because it's not just that they beat jump. If you neutral get up there, you are getting nared on the way down and you are going to lose your stock. So I get why DeBuzz tried to be patient there, but wow, that was just such an incredibly planned ledge trap from Riddles. Incredible.
And that was on DeBuzz's comeback too. Riddles now takes the lead in the set 2-1. If he can just rinse and repeat that same game plan, he's gonna find himself in winners finals. DeBuzz though wants it just as bad. Gonna make sure to not let that same sort of trick off the ledge hit him this time. Starting on the right side, bit of shield pressure. Again, burning knuckle giving him so much mileage. That downer nearly connecting, almost getting Luma in the crossfire as well.
To note too, going right back to battlefield here. DeBuzz now 73% already. So they're just drift for a little bit right back. Tries to catch him on the landing, but DeBuzz now playing much more by the ledge. Tries to go for a high recovery, but Riddle's having enough time to actually intercept.
Okay. Down smash Ray doesn't do a lot, but covers both sides. That's going to be not quite what he wants to do. That's the DeBuzz. Edge guard attempt too. He's going to get in those little 2 Luma. Oh, goes high first. Very clever mix up. And then he finds the Buster
100.6.
Wow.
0.6.
100.6. That was barely enough. He wrecked the fact that meter came out just like that and hit it.
Oh my, it's so crazy right now. The crowd actually roaring with Riddles every single time he gets that go meter. Oh, unfortunately, yeah, as he drifts back. Gonna lose out on that go meter here.
Has to cool down after a while playing super hot. He's not stopping at all. Question is now, the Buzz sees this new style that Riddle's hitting. He sees just how many more conversions he's getting, how many more wins in neutral, and finally landing these go KOs. Has to change something here.
Dabuz can't go anywhere without getting contested by Riddles too. Even with some of these high recoveries, Riddles is right there to catch him on that top platform. But now you're above Dabuz, those up airs colliding as you saw Dabuz try to go for a reset now. Immediate retaliation onto Luma, but unfortunately doesn't get the KO onto Luma.
Wasn't able to, finish that Luma off. Luma actually still alive, now going to do it.
All right. Go in. Talk to the dude inside of here. The Sunday friend. Oh shit, Party Dragon's silk robe. Oh shit. Hold the phone. I look amazing. Let me not wear it in front of him. An old photo of the same apartment dated 01. Bits of men's perfume lingers in the air. None of Z's is weird. Got some vibes in this room. Quarterly Business Magazine. Empty ashtray. Just soaked up in a pot. Flyers for underground parties. Dates for open lectures at a local university. Got some students. Talking about communism. The Marin Conical Act. I didn't have a hat before. Oh, because I gave away my hat. I forgot about that. What else is a hat? Didn't I have another one? Yeah, this one. Action speed rhetoric. Didn't I have another one though? Not a big fan of the +1, -1 stuff. Kinda hard to know what I should have minuses in. Unless it's like +2, -1. Let's paint on a layer of old newspapers. Alright, let's talk to him.
Officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia.
You shouldn't be seeing him in an intimate setting. For some reason you feel this man is your superior. Superior, but he's not in the command chain. His hands are clean and well manicured. This is a man who knows the importance of appearances.
My name is Charles Vildrouin, and I am an official with the coalition government. I work for the Institute of Price Stabilité on assignment from Sur-la-Clé. I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good. Super. I am here to assist you in any way possible. Ask me about the hanging.
Okay. Alright, let's get started.
Of course. Let me just say it has been an emotional week for me.
The lieutenant takes out his notebook and nods to you to proceed.
You actually witnessed it?
I'm sorry to say I did, officer.
He didn't see the hanging. He saw the little show staged by the Hardys. Let him talk. He may know more than even he knows.
From the beginning.
Officer, it's very difficult to describe what I saw that night. It was so surreal to me, like in a play.
He holds out his hands and blossoms his fingers, like a drama teacher setting the scene.
What do you mean, like in a play?
It was just so strange. I could barely comprehend what was happening. I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in, carrying what looked like a body. And then I saw all the surrounding windows go dead, one by one. That's when I understood. I should not be seeing this.
That lines up with previous testimony, doesn't it? Well done, detective.
Thank you, sir. I think we've got the picture. Anything else stand out?
Only that there were about 8 or 10. I couldn't make out anything. It was so dark. And it was quiet. Quietest lynching I've ever heard of, let alone heard. But I suspect you knew that already. I can't say I'm surprised. The fine reputation of the men and women serving in the RCM is well deserved.
What's official like you doing in Martinez?
The coalition is only looking out for the price stability. Inflation is a killer, like a heart disease blocking the normal circulation of the economy. It must be controlled. The economy impacts the entire international community, which is why it requires international oversight.
Yeah, but what are you doing here in this apartment?
Well, I'm renovating it. It is an interesting project. The building used to be a 12-story skyscraper before the cannons took the top 4 stories off. This, of course, happened when the coalition forces landed here. You could say I'm undoing some of the material damage the international community caused when we arrived here.
What is this international community?
La communauté internationale is what Revacholians colloquially call the coalition. In other words, the nations that stopped the disaster of the revolution.
There's some kind of bureaucrat?
Yes, as I said before, I am a commissioner from Sur-la-Clé working for the Institute of Price Stability. This is one of the main projects of the Moral Inter.
Wait, there isn't actually an Institute of Price Stability, is there? Or maybe there is. God, it's impossible to understand whether someone from the Moral Intern is joking or not.
I've heard about this Moral Intern before, but I want to know more.
It's the International Organization for Moralists, hence Moralist International. The Institute of Price Stability is just one of its many mind babies, as is the coalition.
So what I'm hearing is that we're Moral Intern bitches. Oh, we're actually working for the Moral Intern. Doesn't sound so bad.
There are more nefarious powers to work for than the Moral Intern.
Are you a moralist?
But of course.
Am I a moralist?
Well, do you value freedom? Do you believe in a normal, stable world governed by democratic values?
Are you a moralist?
Me?
You've managed to catch the lieutenant off guard, but only for a moment. He quickly recomposes himself.
I'm a lieutenant of the RCM, dedicated to maintaining law and order in Ravachol.
Yeah, you would say that.
A very moralist answer.
The lieutenant is practiced in the art of putting on a show for one's superiors.
Martinez doesn't seem very normal or stable to me.
Martinez? No. Martinez is something else.
What about the rest of Revachol? Is it part of the normal world?
Revachol is generally difficult. It's led by an interim government, which means it hasn't yet. But they are working towards it. You're all doing very well here, relatively speaking.
It's like every time I'm talking to people, I'm choosing option D, none of the above. Is that moralism?
Is this option D usually the most reasonable answer?
Yes, everything else is super extreme. It's like I'm living with a bunch of lunatics.
Sounds like you're a moralist indeed, my friend. Welcome. Moralism is all about compromise and achieving the achievable. It's pragmatic, realistic, and level-headed. An ideology for doers. Are you a doer, my friend? It looks to me like you are. Now, enough of this delightful political interlude. Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Let's talk about something else.
Whatever you wish, officer.
What if I tell you there's a fugitive from the Moral Intern in Martinez?
A fugitive?
Hypothetically speaking, you might add.
Hypothetically speaking.
Well, I would say that is very bad indeed. Not super. What sort of a fugitive are we talking about here?
Pretty serious, like corporate espionage type stuff?
That is extremely serious. Corporate espionage may technically be legal in Revachol, but elsewhere it's a very high-level offense. It violates a number of international agreements, in particular the First La Charte Accord.
I said it. I was like, alright, I'm gonna do it again. It happened.
This fugitive must be turned over to the ICP immediately. Have you apprehended them already?
A moment, if you don't mind, sir. You do realize what you're doing, don't you?
Of course, you're turning over a dangerous lawbreaker.
This is a silly area to find myself in.
Very real trouble. I won't tell you how to do your job, but remember, this is an RCM matter. Make sure you weigh your next words carefully.
He won't tell you how to do your job, but a good police officer knows when to listen to his partner. When you turn back, the man is looking at you, expectantly.
Here we go, drama time.
Now's your chance, sire. Which of your enemies would you most like to make trouble for?
Oh shit, here we go. What happens if I get rid of the... No, he's not gonna... Everard Claire.
Everard Claire? Surely you're mistaken.
What do you mean? Have you met Everard?
I have. The only thing Everard is a fugitive from is the exercise machine. Besides, in certain less advanced nations, the moral intern may defer to local custom.
Customs? Like blatant systematic corruption?
What'd you miss? Not much. I just came, I was right outside this building, and then I came in and started talking to this guy, and he's a bureaucrat. And it sounds like he would love to find out what class did.
Customs, like complete disregard for the rule of law.
I'll make note of your claims in my report, but I'm sorry to say it's likely to end up in the back of the filing cabinet somewhere in Mirova, unread and forgotten.
That's fine.
You think it's fine that Martinez is a safe haven for international fugitives? You know, concern for the rule of law is one of the moral intern's main criteria for admission into EPIS. Well, no matter. I should thank you for bringing this to our attention. Your efforts have been noted.
All right.
Now, was there anything else you wanted to discuss?
You tell me about your friend?
Ah, my friend. My friend is a good young man. His family immigrated here from Kedra, and life has not been easy for him. But he understands the importance of education. He has taken his future into his own hands, and that's all that matters.
How did you two even become friends?
How did any of us become friends? Bad things happening on the Insulindian Isola? Oil platforms ablaze in the night? Civil wars lasting for years? Finally, the international community is forced to step in.
What are you talking about? No one becomes friends that way.
Au contraire. It's how millions of people end up where they are. Meeting the people they meet. It's how I came here, and my friend too.
You haven't told me who he is.
Sorry. Who?
Your friend, the smoker on the balcony. We were just talking about him.
But I told you, officer. He's a bright young man here to pursue his education. Education is the foundation of our future, especially the arts. It is a cornerstone of our civilization.
What's his real name?
Officer, you have to understand. I can't give you his personal information. I'm sure you have your own methods and databases, right? Please don't put me in this situation.
All you can tell me about him is that he's here to study the arts?
He's deeply enmeshed in the study of the fine arts, yes.
You know, I just realized when we were playing New World, people talked so slow in the dialogue, but like the dialogue in this one, they talk like normal human paced.
He's a truly free spirit. He likes all the arts. Perhaps graphic design, printmaking, who knows? The world is open wide for a talented youth like him.
They just talk more naturally. I mean, that was a little bit unnatural. It's a bad example, since he was doing like a this or that, this. But anyways, most of the time they just talk at like normal, 3 words per second type shit, like normal humans do. You're doing his apartment by yourself.
I'm just enjoying the view.
What view? It's dark outside.
Listen.
The baby is crying in the neighboring apartment.
Someone's baby's crying. Why am I saying this?
No, listen.
Different kind of listening.
The Insulindian Bay.
What about it?
This place used to be a luxury accommodation before the revolution. Apartments, of course, were much bigger then. A few walls have been added here and there, leaving some of the tenants without a private bathroom or a kitchen. But the million real view stays. You can't take that away. My friend comes and goes. I'm sure you'll see him around. He's a busy bee.
A busy bee? What an odd choice of words.
Alright.
I'm all ears, officer. A
Oh my
moment,
god.
officer.
Oh, he's got something else for me.
Do you have everything you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to speak again once you leave.
Why can't we talk later?
It's against diplomatic best practices for an official in my position to be discussing murders with local militiamen. And I'm pressed for time. After you leave, I should be leaving as well.
That's not the real reason he's so apprehensive. Men in his position shouldn't be seen loitering around in underprivileged young men's apartments in the middle of the night.
I'm going to sort of take a look around the apartment.
Sure, go ahead. It's a beautiful space. Let me know if you have any further questions. Was there anything else? Of course.
No. I feel like we're not going to get anything from that guy. That's just nothing right there. That's just a loose... No. Not a loose end. Okay, how do I do this? The boardwalk is just south, right? And then the island, I didn't find anything. I don't remember where Land's End is. Oh, I gotta put the envelope in the mailbox. In the plaza. Do that. So Everard will be so very happy that I helped him out. Where is the mailbox again? In the plaza. Plaza is right here in the middle of everything. Yeah, is this it? I think it is.
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito, bullet
the white
holes, and an RCM sticker.
Envelope into the mailbox. Fuck you, mail delivery box.
You drop the white envelope in the darkness. It lands with a soft thud on what sounds like a couple of letters. About a week's worth of mail as collected in there. They'll empty this very soon.
That's good.
Let's go back to Everard. This better be worth it after what we did.
Okay. I can't teleport there though. I have to walk all the way to Everard. Is he gonna be there? Like, it's late. It's like 10 p.m. Maybe Tim's suggestion doesn't know what time it is. I have to go this way, right? Yeah. No, it does look pretty. Very. Oh. Oh. Look, something forgotten on the coffee table. What? Okay. Sure. I believe you. Oh, see, no Everard. I can't do anything else. Oh, this one coming. Maybe I should teleport back to the fisherman shacks and go to sleep, since everybody else is asleep. Have anything else I can do tonight, even? I could try to go to the boardwalk. I like the stylized art and whatnot in this game. It's very cool. I feel like the character models don't 100% fit with the game. It's like really close to what in my mind it should look like. Yeah, I'm not sure what seems weird to me about them. I'm trying to think. Maybe it's just the movement animations that are throwing me off so much. I don't know. Yeah, it's all. So like almost like oil painting kind of esque. The rest of the game. Okay, so the boardwalk is where the water meets this shit, right? No, Borderlands I did not think that about. I mean, they're... What do you call that style? Cell shaded? I don't know.
The sight of bullet holes stirs something in you, making you forget the lieutenant's surname.
Look, bullet holes.
Where?
Points to the tips in the wall. Someone's been shot. We're cops. We should solve it.
There? Those are old.
What do you mean by old?
These bullets were fired during the revolution, over half a century ago. They do not warrant investigation.
Alright
We
then.
should focus on present crimes, from the present century.
Alright, Kim. Jeez. Isn't this the boardwalk? Isn't this what a boardwalk is? Do I know what a boardwalk is? Didn't we live at a place called Boardwalk?
This coin operated.
I think we did. Maybe the boardwalk is more like the south area here. Is this guy still open? It's late. He's always open. Do I do? This? What's this? Fire resistant sewer, sour, acidic, and strong. Comforting. I've never been over here before, but hard to see why. So is that not the boardwalk? Wait, can I go over there? I did not expect that. What a useless spot to go to. There's no investigating to be done right now. Can't find anything. I'm kind of exploring the areas that obviously I've been to a lot already. But I wasn't sure if I was going to find something new in the areas. There hasn't been a whole lot of that in this game, where like the same areas you find something new. It's mostly like you talk to someone, something new, after you did something. Hi, Measurehead.
Your race descent has only worsened since I last saw you. You have really let yourself go.
Why are you not with the Hardy Boys?
I am not the first line of defense. I am the last. In addition, these so-called Hardy Boys are an effeminate clique of bodybuilders. Their company is spiritually degrading.
You pick up on something artificial in his tone, like he's putting on an act. This is unlike him. He is usually more himself.
I think I'm really close. I think I'm gonna be able to finish it like before 9 p.m. So like less than 3 hours. That's my guess. I could be wrong though. I mean, like, I still need to like find Ruby, big reveal. I imagine that's like the next two things. It's like find Ruby, big reveal, and then like falling action. Like everything comes back together. Wrap up. That might take the whole 3 hours-ish. I don't know. I've been streaming for 2 hours and 20 minutes and I've done nothing. I did take the dinner break, but I've gotten nothing done. There's more to it. What do you got against them?
Fine. They have recently fallen under the influence of a possibly sexually perverted female vagrant and a narcotics peddler. It's shameful.
What do you mean?
Find out for yourself. Endomorphic blob.
Interesting.
Okay. Can't talk to anybody else, just him. Let's go back. Well, what about? He wants to do that later. Oh yeah, I gotta call a station. Hand over that case. Dead man on the dock. Not a very important thing to do, but...
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
Radio.
Precinct 57, how may I assist you?
Need to report a dead body on the Martinez boardwalk.
One moment. Can you please describe the body? Age, sex, cause of death?
Yeah, looks like he fell and slipped through the hole in the boardwalk, hit his head.
We suspect he might have been inebriated when he fell. There were bottles all around him, and traces of vomit on his shirt.
Any signs of violence?
Seems like an accident.
No field autopsy necessary.
You can hear her quickly typing in the background.
What about his belongings? Did you examine his clothes?
Yeah, library card.
Any information on the library card?
Jamrock Public Library, Billy.
Good. You have a lead. Do you and Lieutenant Kitsuragi want to take the case, or should I assign it to someone else?
Assign it to someone else, Alice. We've got enough on our plate.
Great. I'll give it to your colleagues. You don't have to worry about the case anymore. We'll send our officers to take away the body. That's all for now. Thank you for reporting in. Is there anything else I can do for you?
That.
57th, over and out.
In the cabin.
That's just me getting some experience, isn't it? That's all there is to that, huh? Okay. I haven't done any of this. I don't know why. I don't know what to do. The traps. When am I supposed to check them? Like, now? Maybe I was supposed to do it now. I thought I was supposed to wait for some reason. And I can do that tomorrow. Vensuna. Egghead puzzle. I gotta talk to him again, I guess. Oh no, I can't do that really. Can't do that. I talk to Gary again. I talk to Everett right now. Yeah, okay. We're going to bed. Time to go to bed. Oh shit, that's not where I wanted to go. That's the church. Try again. At least fast travel doesn't take that long. I'm going to sleep.
It's getting cold. This late in the night. Time to call it a day.
Good night, Kim.
Good night, officer. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
The shack? Ooh, yeah. Can't I, like, try to shave
An
again?
old mirror hangs on the wall.
Tomorrow? Yeah. probably.
The bed is comforting, if a bit run down. Still, you've earned a rest.
The lizard's gonna talk to me again.
Across the room, the heating system hums its soft lullaby. The mattress feels soft and sheets warm. It only takes you moments for the world to fall away.
Yeah. Here comes the limbic system.
Thoughts, baby. A million little lights in the dark. You're one fine instrument, brother. All those faces and all those names. All that laughter and screaming and scheming around. Every corner and every street.
Recorded in you forever on Faraday.
Spinning eternity.
On and on it goes for untold hours. At the disco where you first asked her to dance. Rising, rising above the dark curvature. The great wingspan of sleep, studded with stars.
Behold, there are millions of them down there. The first time, the last time. The smoke in her mouth, the plotted flowers, the faces turning, changing.
Plotted? What is it?
It's the world, Harry boy, and you're made of it. Every day you're out there, you make more of yourself from it. I'm afraid you can't be unmade now. You can never forget this shit.
Colors the voices.
All stuck on loop. Whirling, spitting out words and images.
You're the son of the world again. Harrister, a ceaseless agent. Picking up litter and old newspapers. Collecting your little bubblegum wrappers and idiotic picture postcards. Meaningless, meaningless keepsakes.
Reading your awful letters and recalling things, aren't you? The endless names of the world. An address book you are. The map of a city.
That's right, I am an agent of the world.
You'll go insane if you keep going like this. One more day, and you'll be in the loony bin. I just know you will. And for what, brother man?
For the money, baby. For the greater good.
Solving your little crossword puzzles. Doing your tasks. Crossing names off lists. Trying to become some sort of world detector. It won't make it okay. It won't put smoke back in her mouth.
We're making progress, measured, steady progress.
There he goes again. He's a real political animal, our Harry. He still doesn't see that it's the world changing around him.
He's got no idea what he's in for.
Changing around him and the world that's changing him are two very different things. They are different here. Why?
'cause only love can break your heart.
Put the pillow under your cheek.
Beep, beep, beep. The alarm is ringing, Harry. The disco circus goes on and on. You barely slept 3 hours last night.
Do it for the picture puzzle. Put it all together. Solve the world. One conversation at a time.
In your eyes. Yeah, you healed him around.
Good. You're up. Listen, there's something that's been bothering you for a few days now.
What is it?
It's a suspicion, or a feeling really, that things are not quite in hand around here. An earth-shattering deduction from your psyche. What will those guys come up with next? Every day, things seem to spin more and more wildly, out of control. The center isn't holding. And despite your efforts to moderate and contain these energies, things only seem to be getting worse.
Right to it, what needs to be done?
You've got to find out who bears la responsabilité.
But I was assigning responsibility for the murder.
Harry, you're thinking about this too narrowly. La responsabilité isn't concerned with trivial questions like who killed who. It's about the real issues. The human welfare index, the price of staple goods, the transition to real democracy.
Alright, give it to me. I'll accept responsibility.
Whoa. This isn't some kind of dictatorship. You can't simply seize la responsabilité for yourself. It must be given by a legitimate authority, like a committee.
Really have time for all this?
There's always time to follow best practices. Once someone's decided to cut corners for the sake of expediency, who knows what else they're capable of? Swift, decisive action. A little self-dealing.
Who should sit on this committee?
Only the most even-keeled minds in Martinez. Your half-brother, the lieutenant, is a natural place to start. Together, you'll be able to discover who has la responsabilité in Revachol. And, if necessary, you'll have the wisdom and expertise to assign it among yourselves.
Alright, I'm prepared to take on this awesome burden.
Good luck. Your report is eagerly anticipated.
Okay. We're gonna shave.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, adorned with the expression.
I thought I could again. Oh wait, no, I have to click on this. Okay. Oof.
On the table, you see a bowl of water.
What?
A rough soap.
It's locked. Oh my god, when I failed it, I can never take off the mutton chops. No. Maybe it's like auto fail, because they don't want to have to redo this portrait at the bottom left. Even though I had like 97% chance. When you talk about responsibility.
I'm glad to hear it, Detective. I was wondering when we'd get to this very subject.
What do you mean?
If you ask me, it's high time for you to put the bottle away. Sober up. Get back to basics. That would be my advice.
No, I meant more like responsibility. You know, the kind that gets her assigned.
Why are you pronouncing it like that gentleman from the Institute of Price Stabilité? You know what? Forget it. What specifically are you trying to assign responsibility for?
This whole situation.
Now I understand. Next, I suppose you're going to tell me you need to form a committee to assign this responsibility?
How'd you know?
Simple. Because moral intern types love to form committees. In any event, I am just a humble law official. I may work under the moral intern's umbrella, but I'm certainly not qualified to serve on any committee. You know who might be, though? That Mr. Villedroit, the gentleman you met in the young man's apartment. If I were trying to get in touch with the Coalition, I would start by seeking him out. But first you might need to speak with his young companion. Now, was there anything else?
No. Nothing like that. Well, shit, what do I do? Talk to Everard.
Our tenant, the policeman.
Should I do that first? What else do I have to do right now? Ooh. I should try. Talk to the wind again. That's why I should do. Really gonna crack the case here, talking to the wind. Also talk to that lady on the right side of the church again too. While I'm over here. Yeah, that's. Alright, wind, what do you got for me?
The once bright mural towers
It's
above
locked?
you, saying,
What skills and
"Fell
shivers to
electrical."
open this? Oh my god. How many shivers do I have? One. I don't know how to do it. Wait, can't I just like equip stuff that has shivers? And it opens it up back for me again? Like this.
The once bright mural towers
No, I
above
have to actually put points into it. Okay. For some reason I thought I could just do that. Okay, next level, 100% shivers. How close am I leveling? Where did it show? Did it show it there? Oh, yeah, it did. 55 out of 100. Okay. I guess let's go that way. Was that boat there yesterday?
The shaggy-haired girl kneels on the sea ice. She looks up as you approach.
So you talked to my associates, right? Are you going to help us? With the church, I mean.
Can't say, I gotta ask questions first.
Shoot.
Sisters tried to use me to set up a drug lab. I'm guessing you knew of this plan?
I did, and I'm sorry. For what it's worth, which isn't much.
This is why I didn't go into the tent. Typical delinquency.
You don't get to choose your posse, they choose you. Mine are idiots, but they're mine. I tried to talk Andre out of it.
You tried harder. Misleading a cop is no joke.
I know. I should have been able to control them, and I will in the future. I promise. May I ask, what did you tell them?
Told them, do what you will with your dance club plans, but no drugs, please.
Thank you. I'll get them under wraps, I promise.
What am I supposed to be able to get from her again? Oh. Huh?
It's supposed to accept that. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, no, that's not gonna happen. Was this boat here? I feel like it wasn't. Is that lady's boat? Didn't remember seeing it from that side. No, her boat looks different than that. Pretty sure. No, that is her boat. Oops. You got anything to say? Probably not.
You're back.
I should go talk.
Why does she care about the waves so much?
Yeah, she's bad at the waves. What's with you in those waves?
What is it with waves and fishermen? We need to be out there with them. Fishing, making a living. so I asked them to accommodate me. But until that happens, I can try to assist you the best I can.
And nothing either. Oh my god, she's take it. All over, Rose. The funniest thing. Rose! You a wild cat. What are we gonna do now, Rose? Yeah? Can I wonder if I can actually get these traps now. Or maybe I can pressure that guy into telling me more? If he's still here. I thought he'd be dead. Where were they? Yeah, they're still here. What? I'm gonna leave.
Always a pleasure to see an officer of the law. I mean, officers.
Put skill points and composure to open it back up. Jeez. Alright, so it's shivers then composure. Where's composure at? Oh. Let me make sure he's... You know I'm gonna do this for you, right? What's happening?
We'll be on our way soon. Thank you again for lending
Oh, here we go. Have you noticed anything off about your friend Gary?
No. No, of course not. Why?
You sure?
Well, he's been a little unenthusiastic about the trip. More so than usual. That's understandable. He just wants to get home and warm up.
Okay, how did you become a cryptozoologist?
I've just always liked animals and puzzles. Searching for cryptids is a bit of both.
Alright.
Yes?
Tell me about the phasma you're looking for.
Well, first of all, it's damn difficult to find, which is why we've been knee-deep in the reeds laying traps for it.
How big is it?
I'm expecting it to be quite giant. One known species of phasmid, called the Megaphasmodeozoensis, is about the size of a grown man's forearm. So,
Okay. What have you discovered about it so far?
very little, I'm sorry to say. No one's ever captured a specimen, so all our information is based on first and third-hand accounts.
No one's ever found one?
Not yet. That's what makes it a cryptid.
Just out of curiosity, if there's no proof of its existence, how do you know it's real?
I know it's real.
It's clear that his obsession with the phasmid is driven by something more than the pure pursuit of scientific advancement.
By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that the Insulindian phasmid is more than mere superstition.
Is it died out?
I have to resist the thought. Such an extraordinary creature is doubtlessly highly resilient. After all, it's generally thought to be capable of parthenogenesis.
He means asexual reproduction. The females of the species don't need to mate to produce viable eggs. This makes it easier for a species with a small population to survive.
This arouses no special feelings in me.
And it shouldn't. Nature does not concern herself with ethical propositions. As a scientist, my interest is strictly dispassionate.
Okay. That's great stuff, really. Go any more that direction, and I can't go this way either. This area is so hard to navigate. Like so many, well, can't go there.
There's a trap in the reeds at your feet.
Look
It's
around
the
first.
same one behind you. The ruins of a residential building rise over the reeds, shielding them from the wind.
Okay, reach for the
reeds
trap.
rustle confidently.
Here we go.
Locusts are crawling around in the trap, confused but uneaten. You see no carnivorous reed phasmid gorging on them.
Big surprise. Anyway, 1 down, 3 to go.
Okay.
You set the apparatus back.
I know where another one is. It's up north. And there's supposed to be one south, I think, also. East. There's this one. Weren't they in this one?
This is the trap Morel just set.
Look around.
The reeds by the abandoned campsite. It's good the cryptozoologist left.
He left finally.
This isn't a very cozy place to stay night after night.
Reach for the trap.
This trap is also full of panicked locusts. No sign of any cryptozoological beast inside.
Another empty trap.
Neither does the lieutenant. He just raises his collar. It's cold out, as always.
And then there's another one. I gotta go like around, don't I? Like right then up. I gotta just go to the church. Oh, apparently I can't do that. Well, what makes me available to teleport sometimes? I don't really know. No clue. That ominous. Look at that. Stairs up there. Get to you. Sneaky game. Oh, it's not. Was it that one? There's another one over here? Yeah, it's over here, isn't it? I think so.
This trap's not too hard to spot, once you know what to look for. Keeping it hidden has nothing but locusts in this trap as well.
Empty as all of them. One more of these and we are done.
Okay. The lieutenant.
Last one south. Maybe the... Oh.
Is there something here that would indicate a sniper used this place as a nest for taking the shot? Just some urban detritus, a bottle, and a dilapidated old comms tower. In the distance, you can hear the breakers roar.
I don't see it, Lieutenant W. Freighter. I don't see a person take a shot here and hit something there. In the whirling in rags.
Maybe the assailant climbed the comms tower? No, but the ladder's all messed up.
It's not possible to climb that ladder. And even if it were, why? There's no platform up there to aim from.
It does look extremely rickety, and wouldn't help much either.
What about the cigarette butts?
Those? A smoking assailant who favors Tumutiri to Astra or Joanne? Cigarette butts are everywhere. This is a common brand for all men.
Let's go over the water.
There, 1.2 kilometers over the cold water of the bay, blue from the distance and the air. You see the smallest rectangle, barely visible. A glowing light on the third floor of the whirling in rags. With binoculars, you would see a young woman's shape move behind the glass, her limbs long and slender.
Maybe the campfire was used by the perpetrator.
To warm his hands before pulling the trigger? Perhaps, but anyone could have made this. The coast is specked with fire this time of year. Truthfully, this seems like a very poor choice to take a 1.2 kilometer rifle shot from. Visibility is awful. There's water vapor everywhere. I think we can rule out Biddable Prime, was it?
Okay. I didn't have that thought last time I came here for some reason. But this is the island, probably, right? No, that's Land's End. Okay. Island and boardwalk. Maybe it's just because it was dark? I don't know. Is the island where the kids are? I don't know, maybe not. Where should I be looking? know. Well, maybe I need to go south again. We've done that in a while, actually. Spot somewhere around here. Well, actually, I did already come over here and talk to the kids. Well, not the people inside. Let's talk to the one on the right side. Does he have anything to say? Can't remember.
The young man with the tape recorder acknowledges your return. When he looks at you, he squints as though you were the setting sun.
This is hardcore. Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent.
All core! All right! Yeah!
He furrows his brow as his very large head traces the sublime invisible movement of the music in the very real air of the stuffy tent.
Yeah, that's really bad.
Hardcore! Ah!
But seriously, I don't know the word it isn't.
The question is, what is the question?
That would have been good if I had asked you a question, but I didn't. Now it's just idiotic.
But there was a question?
I think you're supposed to play this mini game, get to his psyche, the end of it all. But I have a feeling nothing's gonna come of it. That music makes me nauseous too. Dance music or whatever they call it. I wanted to be able to check out this area again. Like, last time I was there, it was like, we should investigate the building more. And then it was like, yeah, there's nothing for you to click on though, so... yeah, really investigated. We got that one. Did this nonsense before. Can't go that way. Can't go here either. Yeah, there's just like nothing to click on over here. The yellow thing is just the, I don't think there's gonna be anything extra from this yellow thing that I haven't already done.
A row of ghostly shades facing a crumbling wall, with another 7 shades standing 10 meters from them.
Maybe I need to do like all of it.
On the sideline, 7 men in combat uniforms and dark coats,
I don't know.
holding automatic rifles aimed at the people. Soldiers from some side, but from which one?
Look at the person standing on the side.
The commandant.
Yes, he didn't do
The one
anything.
who gives the order. Machine gun fire crackling through the air. The lights of the muzzle flashes dancing on his face. A cold sea wind blows away the figures.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Can't do anything more there. So I need to go like all the way back. I still don't know why I can teleport sometimes and why I can't. It's like you have to be at a certain spot. I haven't figured out which one. All good. I have to find the island and the boardwalk. I can't go that way, can I? Nope. Where would the island be? Like this is the island, right? But all of the island? That's a bit vague, right? I think I can enter that, can I? Maybe... where haven't I gone? I'm in the shed. Is it gonna be like along this coastline? Oh, here's this thing. That's good. Maybe something along the
takes you a
coastline again.
moment, but finally you spot the last of Morel's traps. This one's partially obscured by the reeds.
Look around.
The reeds bend forlornly toward the sand. Some tufts have been crushed. Snow covers the broken stalks like a shroud. In the east, the city center hums to you.
Okay, reach for the trap.
The trap feels light and silent as you pick it up. Something is different here.
Look closer.
No locust.
Bitch.
No phasmid either. But still.
Look closer still.
Well, debate worked on something. This doesn't mean it was a reed monster, though. Unless you see one in there. I just see an empty trap.
The netting is a little untidy. messier than the others, like someone or something picked up the trap and shook it before dropping it back down on the ground.
I do get the feeling that someone or something may have messed with the trap.
Perhaps our cryptozoologists have competition in the form of an actual entomologist, or someone else is sabotaging them. I could present more theories, but then I would be taking this on as a case, which I'm not.
You're right. This research has been stupid. You're right, I still need to tell the cryptozoologist about this.
Okay, but after that we get back to our own assignments. We've done a thorough survey of the coast now. Just running around is no longer useful.
I don't know, just running around seems to be pretty useful. Okay, is this money on the coast here? I didn't find this money earlier, wow. I wasn't being thorough enough. Oh, here's a thought, finally. It seems like the walker was either very confused or drunk out of his mind. Well, that was me. So, it's the island then. There's the dad shoot. It's like boardwalk. I got him. Where else? Check I. I'll let this one go for now, I guess. Go talk to Everard. I gotta go check the boardwalk again too. Did I talk to all these guys? I didn't.
The noxious odor emanating from the drunken man is strong and familiar.
Don't you call her? Yeah! Don't call Abigail!
Who's Abigail?
Abigail. Don't you fucking call Abigail.
You're not going to get anything out of this guy. He's too drunk.
Alright, thanks, Rhetoric.
Don't call Abigail.
How about the other guys?
Hey, Tequila! Good to see you.
I want his tracksuit.
How's business? How's the whole reality situation treating you?
Shake his hand. Don't shake his hand.
So what's happening?
What? Tequila?
Yeah, Tequila Sunset. How are the, high-concept, reality-based adventures proceeding?
He says it like it's obviously your name. Like you call someone Billy Brunel or leader of the 4th Street Gang.
Nothing special, like everyone else. I have all sorts of wild thoughts running through my head, but then pick the most boring one. Reality makes me aggressively sad.
I know what you mean. Sitting around with these bums, you really get to know the nitty-gritty of reality. And it isn't good. Things aren't going super well for Idiot Doom Spiral either. Haven't found those keys yet, haven't won that great piece of ass back. No word from my business buddies.
Have you seen a red-haired woman named Ruby around here lately?
Can't really remember seeing any women after losing my keys.
He really has no idea who this Ruby is, sire.
Good job, drama. We're out of here.
You too, Tequila Sunset.
Maybe that was the other name for the game. The Disco Elysium. Tequila Sunset.
Good to see you, friend. Do I have deals set up for you, buddy boy?
There's a game called Sunset. What's it called? Sunset Overdrive. Right? Yeah.
Does he actually know you? Or is he just shopkeep friendly?
Good. I'm a police officer, not your friend.
So what do you want? I got smokes. They're cheap. Very cheap. I got Pilsner, great deal. You won't get a better deal on that piss. Spirits I can let go for 300 real. I also have speed. And by speed, I mean amphetamine.
But the business venture you set up here.
Oh. The system's been good to old Rosemary here, and I'm milking her like a bitch goat in the backyard.
What do you mean?
You see, friend, man makes his own luck. And I made mine real good. Got my hands on 3 bottles of liquor exquise. Sold 2 to the fellows around here, and immediately invested the profit. Bought cigarettes, bought beer, even bought a bit of speed. And look at me now. I got everyone on my hook.
The hook? Where is it? I can't see it.
Looks like you're on your own hook too.
Of course, of course, of course. It is what it is, you know. What it's always been. People, buddy boy. It's the people.
He has long forgotten what you were talking about.
I haven't been able to ask her about Ruby at all. Friend, do we know each other?
Sure, friend. You know it.
Don't mind old Rosemary here. He's a buffoon. Let's have a word after your high-concept transactions. I'll give you the lowdown.
Talk to him. That I mean? No. Why does the bottle of spirits cost 300 real?
See, friend, it's real valuable. Worth every real, if you catch my drift. Got it from a bit of a business venture.
No one can buy spirits for 300 real. That's crazy.
You know what's crazy, actually?
He's finding it difficult to focus his watery gaze.
It is.
What?
Keep him talking.
What do you mean, what? What did you think was crazy earlier?
This guy.
Where'd you get the bottle of spirits from?
Oh, this is medicinal spirits. The good stuff. Got it from the doctor's office. I got one of those scientific ampoules a few months ago. Torpedo, they call it. It's supposed to keep a man from taking a drink. Didn't stop me for shit, that's for sure. 5 lemons with half a pack of butter and you're good to go.
A good tip, I should remember it.
It really isn't. In a week, the goddamn kidneys started giving me all kinds of help. Finally, the missus took me to a private doctor's office. Not a charity, the real thing. Those arseholes charged me 4 real to remove the damn thing. But I came out on top after all.
Assholes.
But the idiots left me alone in there. Now, I used to teach high school biology. I know what doctors use to preserve dead fingers. Swipe 3 cans of this blue medicinal stuff from the back room. Threw the snakes out and voila! What's left is this beautiful blue stuff. 98.7% almost pure alcohol. 2 I already sold to these fine gentlemen here. But this last one is yours for 3 real, if you want it.
Don't say it.
It'll prove useful, yes.
3 real and it's yours, friend. The deal of a lifetime.
Well done. You got it. That's a much more reasonable price right there. Makes sense now.
Sure.
Just make sure to enjoy that one, friend.
If you drink this, then you'll die. That's a fact. And that's why we're going to save you from yourself and store this as a sellable item. Go sell it at the pawn shop for a profit.
I'm gonna store this as a sellable.
In the civilized world, it's a custom to tip the shopkeep, friend. But come back anyway.
Alright, I gotta talk to this guy again, apparently.
Tequila Sunset.
What do you guys do around here?
We are saving the world.
Please don't go. Don't go.
Okay, we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. I tried to save the world once, a long time ago, with enterprise, creativity, and willpower. But that didn't work out. So now, it's a pirate's life for me.
What is a tequila sunset? You keep saying it.
It's you. You're Tequila Sunset.
How do you know this?
We've met before. Don't you remember?
Yeah, there you go.
No, you sure don't.
No.
Aha. Do you want to know how Tequila Sunset came to be?
Okay, go ahead.
Let me take a sip to moisten up my chords. Tequila Sunset rolled into Martinez last Friday, and by Tequila Sunset, I mean you. The man, the myth.
Was I alone?
Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. This is your story. Stop interrupting. You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the buzz. Because as far as I know, all you did was get piss drunk. Word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer, and that it would be really fucked up if you shot yourself in the head right in front of them. That's pretty high concept, if you ask me.
The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can.
What happened then?
It was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, were getting our drink on. Nothing remarkable about this. We get our drink on 24/7. Makes everything warm and glowy. I trust you know the feeling. One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere on the plaza, followed by a series of dings and bangs.
Do you remember the sound of wood cracking? The billboard?
Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the reality we're in.
Naturally.
Anyway, there was a brief silence. A gasp of silence, if you will. Followed by a real commotion. We heard the carriage careening towards the coast at top speed. Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis and rushed to the jetty. Never underestimate the speed of an alcoholic. What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you. Right there on the beach. You revved the engine and screamed at the top of your lungs, "The time hath come!" So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, I asked what time hath come. To which you replied, "The time hath come for Tequila Sunset, the end of all things."
Say nothing.
After which, your reality contracted. You jammed the pedal, plowed right off the jetty, and through the ice.
The muscles in your right leg tense up.
We ran towards the ice, whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt, covered in seaweed and shit, like some kind of sea monster. When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform were in the car. It was too late to get in there, though. The carriage had sunk too deep.
In this way, you and your motor carriage have a lot in common.
Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and invited you to party with us, which you naturally agreed to. We asked about the whole Tequila Sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now and insisted that we all call you that from then on.
Was it a name or an event?
I'm not sure. I think you were the event. Tequila Sunset. You know, as opposed to a tequila sunrise, which is long gone.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I agree.
How long did we party for?
Hours. It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, I think it was Sunday morning, you got belligerent and wanted to talk about Revacholian women. How they're beautiful and also whores and so on. How one of them fucked you real bad. After a short while, you crossed the event horizon, looked sullen, got up, and left without saying anything.
Wow, that's quite a story.
Yeah, I bet Tequila's a fucking legend around the precinct. You must be proud to work with him.
If you only knew.
Did I tell you anything specific about this person that fucked me?
You were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked real hard, and that we've all been fucked too.
No one's fucked me. I do the fucking around here. Abigail.
It seemed pretty painful, to be honest with you. If I had to guess, I'd say you're still working through some shit.
Did I mention losing anything else?
Beside your gun and your badge, you said something about your hope or heart or something. To be honest, the details are a little hazy. In retrospect, I guess you lost your motor carriage too? That's a big one.
Is anything about my colleagues?
You told us that they were a bunch of fucking losers whose main interest was cramping your style. No specifics, though. It was more about you that night. You were the star of the show.
Anything about the case?
Yeah, you said it was no biggie and that you'd solve it in no time. And that you didn't need anyone to do it. You're doing it solo now.
A lot of cops go solo and hermit once they reach that level of alcoholism.
Talk about politics?
Yeah, you said that you'd really behaved unreasonably and failed to uphold your responsibilities as a representative of the coalition.
You get a read on what kind of cop I was?
You said being a cop was real boring and that there was no reason to talk about it. You also kept pausing to knock the heel of your hand against your temple, saying, boring, boring, boring.
Okay.
It's a hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's why I avoid mine at all costs.
You seem like you're characterized by your storytelling ability. You want to tell me another one once sometime?
Whoop-de-doo. So now I'm a fucking storyteller. Right. Why not? Better than a beach bum.
Tell me about how you became an idiot Doom Spiral?
It depends, really. Are you willing to help me out?
You might get scammed here.
I feel like this is going to cost me a lot.
No, the reality of the situation requires a rather modest contribution. A little motivational package.
What do you need?
Booze. Did you already forget our party? The thing I relayed to you earlier. So, have you got anything for good old idiot Doom Spiral? A bottle for a story. Seems fair to me.
Don't do it now.
That very well might be the case, but looking at you, I can say with great confidence that I needed more.
Alright, he's got nothing for me. Learned a little bit about my past. Besides that, useless. Anything new to say?
Our tenant, the police.
No. You? Probably not.
The waves are beginning to die down.
So I was thinking I needed to do what exactly? Oh, I go over there. Yeah, I would like to find Bullet Traces Island, but not happening. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh no. The Everard. Well, we can go to the Whirling and Rags first. What the boardwalk? Why are these people looking at our car?
That's one brutal motor carriage.
If I were a real skull now, I'd jack it, paint it in palm tree livery, then bottom light it, neon style.
A snazzy shit-ripped skullmobile like this would make a fine trophy. We could, like, hang fucking shrunken heads from the side mirrors. Cops' heads. Scary tribal shit.
Yeah, tribal shit. A cop carriage like this would have proper skull value.
While I appreciate the interest you take in my brutal motor carriage, I have to stop you right there. The RCM takes threats directed at its property seriously.
It's just theoretical work, Copper. No basis in reality. Man, if we were certified skulls right now...
Who are you?
I can tell you who we're not, cop. We're not snitches or skulls.
Which is not to say that the skulls are bitches and... On the contrary.
The part of this presentation you want to take home with you, cop man, is we're not part of the skulls yet.
Okay then, let's indulge in some intellectual exchange. These young men seem eager to share their beliefs.
Who are the skulls?
You don't know? What kind of cop are you?
It's not a question. Don't get into it.
Of course I do, I'm just testing you more.
The skulls are the most vicious gang of the Besmertne.
Besmatine, or the Besmati, the Immortals, are West River Sholian crime syndicates.
The nastiest bunch of psychos ever. Jacking carriages and getting into high-speed chases.
Possessing an infinite amount of fuck-all swagger, infamous for their non-verbal modus operandi.
They usually occupy the burnt-out quarter in Jamrock, or you can find them loitering around their brightly painted bottom-lighted vehicles.
I can't wait to become a skull. Bottom lights are wretched aggressive.
Do you guys know Cindy the Skull?
Oh yeah, Cindy's a right proper skull.
Yeah, a true artist of the future. Just like Arno van Eyck.
By the way, if you see Cindy, give her our regards.
For all their nihilistic posturing, these young men are not lacking in youthful idealism. The lieutenant on your left is unusually lenient toward them.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing about the murder that took place here?
Murder?
A man was hanged in the backyard of the Whirling in Rags?
Yeah, sure. We'll gladly tell you everything we know about it. It was a man.
Also, he was hanged.
Anything else?
He was hanged from a tree.
Yeah, I mean, duh.
These punks don't know anything. Let's just move along.
Hey, stop right there. How does one know anything?
Ah, this sounds like epistemology, a field so occupied by thought that it begins to question thought itself.
I'm not going to entertain you with this any longer.
Sure. Understandable. Fucking I appreciate your effort, though.
Alright, it's been something. Okay then. Just gonna look at the car for a while, I guess. Nothing we do about that. Alright, these guys. A woman's hand wrote yesterday's menu. Today starts with a man's handwriting.
Boy, am I ever so grateful to you, officer. But I'm not the only one who wants to thank you.
Okay, I'll talk to her then.
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for finding my husband and helping him out. I hope we haven't been too much trouble for you.
Do my job, ma'am.
Here, I want to give you a small token of my gratitude. It's a tie, Meskin origin. The pin is an antique, quite special.
You're carrying a tie.
The little silvery knob holding the tie together feels warm in your hand. It's in the shape of an avian skull with 8 eyes. You could ask her about this when you get the time. It's probably a cryptid, but the phasmid, of course, is more important.
Maybe you should convince her to tell you about some cool cryptid. 2%.
There's really no point in manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about her work. Go on and ask.
Elena, I'd like to hear about some of the cryptids you studied. Could you just tell me about a couple of them?
Oh, I'd be delighted. Truth be told, I could really use the company too.
One cryptid, not a couple. One. This won't turn into some kind of cryptid extravaganza.
One.
He nods and assumes a waiting posture. Ooh, tough choice there.
What's the most dangerous crypt?
The gnome of Jeroma.
Not too bad?
Oh, it is. None of his victims survived. Grieving relatives never even found their bodies because the gnome's venom dissolved organic tissue.
What does cryptid look like?
It was reportedly a small creature with webbed fingers and a protruding forehead and an ungainly little thing. Quite scary to look at. A couple of campers found it when it was already dying. They heard an odd wailing in the woods and followed the sound. They were scared and wrapped it in tarpaulin to suffocate it. It still took the gnome of Jeroma an entire day to die.
If the body of the creature was found, why aren't there detailed illustrations of it in science textbooks, confirming the existence of these very little species?
Alas, the first scientist who got his hands on the creature's corpse put it in a jar of formaldehyde, thinking that would detoxify the gnome's venom. Instead, all the venom leaked out of the creature's teeth and into the surrounding liquid, dissolving the creature itself. A poetic end, perhaps, but a real loss for science.
Alas, always alas, and then it was gone. Isn't that overly convenient?
Seems very convenient that it just disappeared like nothing and was never seen again.
I understand your skepticism, but that's what happens with things that are rare and stand out. Their disappearance is most memorable, and they are least likely to be found again.
Okay.
Of course, dear.
Want to get his reward.
I couldn't possibly
Experience.
shower thanks on you as enthusiastically as my wife has, but I am grateful for your assistance, officer.
He tries to play it cool, remain professorial, but inside, this man is itching for some news on those traps.
I checked all the traps.
Good. Okay. And?
One of them was empty.
Completely empty?
Yeah, nothing in the trap. No locust, no phasmid.
No locusts? No phasmid either?
That's not ideal, but...
It just means the Insulindian phasmid is even more clever than we thought.
She's engaging in a well-known self-deception called motivated reasoning. You should correct them.
Of course, more clever.
Yes, the Phantasmadeia picked off the locusts and escaped. This is good news, though we'll have to reconsider the design of the traps. Make them more secure.
Another trip to the Reeds.
I don't know, I'm not persuaded.
Why don't you try convincing Morel his hypothesis is invalid?
Thank you for the vote of no confidence, Gary. An officer. I appreciate your concern, but please leave this to the experts. Unless you have an alternative hypothesis you'd like to venture. Actually, no. Excuse me for getting emotional. This is a big deal for us. You've helped us twice now, and brought some great news too. My gratitude, and the gratitude of the Société Cryptozoologique de Ravachol, is yours.
Heartfelt gratitude. But does it feel like closure? What really happened? Some kind of foul play might be afoot. Theft?
Thank you, it's an honor. We should probably return to our main investigation here. This has been refreshing, but...
Helping cryptozoologists isn't really a priority for our organization, is it? The lieutenant looks out the window, impatiently.
Develop an alternative theory about the missing locus.
Consider the way the empty trap was disturbed, as though shaken. Most likely the hands of a young person. Hands small enough to fit inside the trap, too.
97%.
You should ask the red-headed boy, Kuno.
I think Kuno may have
A little hooligan.
stolen locus.
What would a child want with bags?
Oh, my dear Morel. You've been an old man for too long. Kids love to torment insects almost as
I don't
much
know,
as
it's
they
really
love
weird.
to torment old folks.
Talk to the little gremlin and see if anything comes up.
Delinquents. My favorite.
Oh, you've been such a dear to us. Please, let us know whatever you turn up. I have a feeling we're getting so close.
Well, I see you've got all the help you need. I'll see you tonight at my place. Let's play suzerainty, but no more field trips for me.
This is a slippery one. He may respect the law, but mostly wants to pass under the radar. You won't get a chance to talk after you walk out of here. He hasn't been particularly forthcoming before. He may well still be hiding something. After he's left, it's too late.
Really, Gary? We're getting somewhere here. I'd love to play...
Lena, I'm sorry, but you're not getting anywhere. It was some kids. I know the little mutants around here. Leave anything out in the open and they'll steal it, even if it's bugs. Morel, it's been fun, really, but I need a bath and I have deliveries to handle. When this tea is done, I gotta run.
No need to apologize, Geary. You'd be more than helpful. We'll have to take a rain check on that game of suzerainty today, though. We're gonna follow this through.
He keeps the language unemotional, but it's in there. Disappointment.
Okay, I'm talking to this guy. Crack him.
Always a pleasure to see an officer of the law. I mean, officers.
I guess I'm not cracking him. I need 20 more experience before I leave. Not gonna happen. Hey, it's this guy.
Hi, gendarme. Another rendezvous.
Hey, 5 experience. You're here.
I am. So are you. What brings you here?
Me again about that muscular time. No. They try this later, maybe. Yeah.
Oh yes, let's see. He knocked on my door a few days after the lynching. I think he was going through the entire building, asking questions.
What do you look like?
Muscular, handsome, strong, like one of those military types.
What'd you tell him?
Nothing. That I didn't see anything.
You tell him about your friend?
What friend?
Your Sunday friend, the witness.
No, I don't think it came up.
Was he alone?
Yes, but he was speaking to someone on his earpiece.
His ear? What was he saying?
Just reporting back whatever I was telling him.
Did he have any other identifying traits?
Oh, let me think. He had an accent. He sounded like one of those mercenaries. He sounded vaguely Oranese. No, not vaguely, scratch that. He sounded definitely Oranese.
Alright.
Sure. Anything else on your mind?
I met your Sunday friend.
You did? And how did you like him?
You're right, he was magical, magically bureaucratic. Didn't like him as much as I like you.
Ah, shoot. Why not?
Who is he?
A visitor from the first world. He's not like you and me, gendarme. He can always return.
Turn where?
To his opportunities in Occident, sur la clé. Still, his coming and going brings some life to the village. Or is it just money? I don't know.
Alright. I don't want to talk about other people, I want to talk about you.
Hmm? What about me, gendarme?
What are you doing here?
Admiring the atmosphere. What about you, officer?
Just go wherever life takes me.
Maybe you should figure it out, detective.
Okay. Let's try this now. 72.
Could he be
Nice.
a member of the homosexual underground? Just pointing it out. We're not talking about some kind of cult with members here. You made it up.
I'm not bringing it up. Let it go. Alright, nice.
Bye-bye, Jean.
I was about to get weird.
The Coppernado is back.
Coppernado.
What do you want?
I found someone who saw the hanging, a witness.
A witness? You ain't got shit. The locals would never come to you with this.
That's just tactics, Titus. Next, he's gonna tell you one of us already rolled on the others, and he's in witness protection.
The witness isn't a local.
Well, let's hear it then. Who is your mystery fella?
He's not alarmed by the sudden appearance of a witness, but he is surprised. This goes without saying, but nonetheless, don't give out his name.
He is relevant.
It's like you said, Al. Copper's coming up with this on the spot. There is no witness.
I've seen this shit a million times, Titus. Fly fishing. They are desperate. Tell us, Copper, what wacky claims did he make?
Witness said the hanging went down very quietly, no shouting, no commotion.
It's you assholes that feel the need to go around like a fucking brass band. The Hardy Boys are dead silent.
Yeah, it's like they put cowbells on you before they send you to the streets. What's with the cowbells, policeman?
They're avoiding having to answer this question.
I'd imagine you guys drinking and singing lynching songs. What's with the funeral silence?
We were drinking, weren't we, guys? I hit the bottle hard. I was drunk as fuck.
Right, I'm convinced, Glenn. Nothing off here. Just a regular hanging.
The witness said it all looked like a surreal play.
That means absolutely nothing to me. Sounds like some made-up horse shit.
It means the whole scene was long and drawn out, like it was from a film.
What is this fella's problem? Sorry we didn't make it more action-packed. It wasn't the first thing on our minds, you see?
Shanky. It's Shanky, right? I thought there's something wrong about the lynching story. Now I know there was.
You don't know shit.
I know you are lying, Shanky.
Witness said he saw two people. I don't remember him saying this, but I guess I'm gonna say it. I don't know.
Arab guy? Boss, I think he's trying to say me and Theo.
Well, yeah. What is confusing you? Eugene, Theo, and Elaine were there too. I already told you. We were all there. Great witness.
So much bluster to hide the fact that they're uncomfortable with you having this info.
Alright, let's talk about Ruby again. I don't know if there was anything left to ask, though.
Yeah? What?
Yeah, see? Yep. Alright. Everard time? I think it's Everard time. I don't think I need to talk to Glass Lady. Yeah, I think it's Everard time. Everard's gonna open it all up because I helped him with his problem. He's gonna tell me everything. Did I have a crowbar? Couldn't I try to open this? What?
before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly.
Persuade the door to open.
Despite the dirt that surrounds and trails you, a beacon of light emerges from deep within you.
I got one. Oh, is anybody in there?
The door stands silent.
Satisfied, detective?
Try again.
There's no one in there. I'd like to talk to you. Or if there's someone in there. Oops.
Just like that, you hear a click, then a rattle. Some mechanism unlocks itself inside the door.
Ahoy! Come on in!
Mega rich light bending guy. What the fuck?
You can't be serious.
Ahoy! Oh shit, what's going on in here? Oh shit! Oh shit! You just got real. Wait, what the fuck's going on? Oh, okay, there you go.
At the far
That was
end
weird.
of the shipping container. It's hard to say anything more about him. You cannot make out any of his details, but you do feel the overwhelming presence of capital. The feeling causes all the hairs on your body to stand at attention, like soldiers preparing for review.
Flint.
Something's amiss. The light beams bend around his face and scatter in 1,000 directions. It seems the laws of physics do not apply here. They are suspended, distorted, and echo. Trying to visualize the physics at play is liable to give you an aneurysm. Don't think about it too hard. In the general stillness, only your tongue moves, flickering as you utter.
What's going on in here?
Welcome, welcome. Not too much actually. Just pleasantly surprised to have company today.
You can't hear him exactly, yet you're able to understand every word he says. It is very strange. An overwhelming hum covers everything. Voice doesn't escape from him.
Now, what can I do for you, gentlemen?
Who are you?
Who am I? Oh, I haven't been asked that question for such a long time. I don't meet a lot of people outside my circle these days. Anyhow, my name is Rustam Theodore, investor, license holder, and extremely high net worth individual. And you are?
Mr. Theodore, I am Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi of the RCM, and this is my partner.
Harrier Dubois?
Pleasure to meet you, Harrier Dubois. I must admit, the name suits you very well.
What are you doing in this container?
Traveling. This is a great way to get around. It's fun, it's safe, and it gives me lots of time to think. By the way, let me now ask you a question. Where are we exactly?
In Martinez.
Ah, Herschel. I remember walking its streets as a teenager. There used to be a bowling alley in Stella Maris. I wonder if it's still there. It's a shame I can't get out and explore myself. One of the downsides of being an extremely high net worth individual is that mobs of low net worth individuals are constantly banding together to ask for money.
Do you travel from place to place via a shipping container?
Smart, you know? It also provides a means to hide from all the targeted advertising we extremely high net worth individuals are constantly subjected to. Luxury yachts, high fidelity portable radio systems, fail-proof outerwear, and so on. It just gets a bit middle class after a while. A bit bourgeois.
Okay, seems pretty tiresome.
Don't get me wrong. They're nice things. But once you achieve a certain level of wealth, your time and mental space become much more important than material goods.
He speaks from the heart. He has very different problems compared to low net worth individuals such as yourself. For example, No problems at all.
Okay.
Go right ahead.
How'd you become so rich?
Hey, perfect.
So
Well,
weird.
I inherited my fortune from my grandmother, who herself was an extremely high net worth individual back in Grad. All I did was take her fortune and invest it prudently. Believe it or not, it takes more than a bit of skill not to blow a vast fortune on sailing boats, bad choices, and unsupervised state policy.
Actually, at the level this guy is, it takes several generations to do that. But
Go right ahead. Why go so soon? I feel we've so much more to talk about.
Okay. Very trippy. That was awesome. Great. Alright, here we go. Oh. This is not a fishing rod, is it? There.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you've already sat on that chair.
Remember that container I asked you about? It turned out there's a mega rich light bending guy inside.
Mega rich light bending guy? Oh my god. How did that get in there?
I don't know how I got in there.
Damn it to hell, Harry. I specifically told my guys to check all the containers for mega rich light bending guys.
Yeah, I'm telling me he was there.
There was a guy in the container, but he didn't bend any light. That was in the detective's head.
Honestly, guys, we might be moving all kinds of suspicious things through this harbor, but I won't be caught transporting the light-bending mega-rich. I have a reputation to protect.
Yeah, the transportation of mega rich should be more tightly regulated. Didn't seem like he was safe.
You're a fucking idiot, Harry. I love it. Thank you for sharing this deep, idiotic part of yourself with me. A hallucinating market liberal. I love it. So poetic.
I'm getting my shivers on.
I shudder to think what you're going to tell me next, Harry.
not for 1 second did he believe there's an actual mega-rich person somewhere in his container town.
Alright, it's done. I mailed the signatures for you. You asked me to mail.
The Golden Boy returns once more. Wonderful. Simply wonderful, Harry. Of course. I already knew this. My friend, the mailman, confirms the letter is on its way. You've done a great thing today. You've given the children of Martinez a future and proven to be a true man of the left. I can finally trust you now. You're in my inner circle. You too, Mr. Kitsuragi. We can talk about anything. The strike, the murder, your lost gun, nothing is off the table.
Hear that? You did it the honest way. You got the real signatures, and now he's happy. Well done. I don't know. Your dirty forgery fingers aren't sure if playing this one straight was the right thing to do. We would have preferred trickery, but the choice was yours, sire. As always. You are the liege, and you're in.
Did you order the hanged man killed?
I did not, Harry. Although I am very, very glad he's dead.
What do you gain from him being dead?
Why, a war, of course.
And what do you have to gain from a war?
Victory, Mr. Kitsuragi. I have victory to gain. We are going to start a war with the Wild Pines group and win before they even
it's going
realize
really
there
slowly.
is a war.
They're trained military people. Aren't you afraid for your men?
Harry, we outnumber them 1,500 to 1. And that's just Martinez.
Yeah.
With all the unions in Revachol, and with public opinion on our side, we can hold off 2 men, or 15 men, or even 50 men. The more they send, the worse it's going to look for them. They made a huge mistake hiring those guys.
How soon?
No one likes foreign mercenaries. The leftists hate them, the fascists hate them, even the moralists think they're in bad taste.
How's this connected to the strike?
Harry, there is no strike, only war. Class war. Or, in business terms, a dawn raid. Or wait, is that when you still pay them something? Because we won't do that. We're not gonna give nothing. We're gonna take Terminal B away from them. The roads, the gates, the containers, that big crane, even the damn coffee maker. We're gonna take all of it for the people, and fuck Wild Pines.
The word fuck rings like a gunshot from his mouth. He doesn't swear often.
So that's why you haven't let Joyce in?
Yes. It's also why I let that midget Gaumont go. He's too nice. I can't put him through this. Plus, he knows how to get in here. That woman can't tell her tits from her asshole. She has no chance.
Why are you telling me your plans?
Because we're friends, Harry. Besides, it doesn't matter now. You can go tell her if you want. It won't change the course of events. We have a significant head start. It's already happening.
I can get my gun now?
Harry, I've got to be honest with you. Your gun was found 2 days ago. Withholding this information weighed heavily on me, but it had to be done.
Fine, where is it?
An old woman has it, and let me tell you, Harry, word on the street is she's a character, so watch out.
This must be the woman who bought the gun from Roy. The one he described as terrifying.
The gun's still with the woman who bought it from Roy.
Yes, the same one. I see you've done your research. The pawn shop made the gun easy to track. Crazy stuff, Harry. Selling your gun like that? Wild. Anyway, the neighbors of this old woman contacted my men because they trust me and the Debarders Union. Apparently, she was waving it around at the entrance to her building.
Who is this old woman?
Unfortunately, I don't know anymore. You're gonna have to go in blind, Harry. But she's an old lady. How dangerous can she possibly be? Oh, and she calls herself the Pigs.
There it is again. The Pigs. Like Roy said, not good at all.
I, for one, find it refreshing. Finally, someone calls themselves a pig.
It actually sounds extremely bad, but let's not give him the satisfaction.
Was it waving it around at people?
As I said, she's a character. I didn't have time for details. It sounds like she's unstable, but don't worry. No one got hurt.
Unstable is good, actually. She will be easier to disarm. No, wait. Actually, unstable is pretty bad.
Good idea. You set up a meeting?
I already have. Tonight, starting 10 o'clock, near the old fish market on the coast. The one on the boardwalk, a little past the fishing village. Be careful, Harry. I would never set you up for anything dangerous, but you did ask for this. Now, back to the fun stuff.
The boardwalk.
She will be there from 2200 hours till 0200 hours.
More fun stuff. Seems like we already have fun stuff to do.
How are you gonna fund your new independent harbor?
Oh, you mean what sort of goods are gonna be flowing through? How am I gonna replace all the contacts we'll lose once the poo-poo hits the fan? The clients will ditch us. Harry, we've thought of everything.
Clients would take a well-known multinational conglomerate over a local mobster any day.
Clients will leave en masse.
Sure, some will go, but mark my words. The company will be unpleasantly surprised to see how many of them stay loyal to Martinez and to the new competitive contracts we can offer. With renewed zeal sparked by communal ownership, the men will be shipping those containers double time. You'll be surprised to see how fast things go without parasites latching on. We'll have our hands free to pursue bold, exotic new revenue streams.
That's drugs.
Drug trafficking.
Drug trafficking? Don't be stupid, Mr. Kitsuragi. There are perfectly legal, 100% ethical chemical factories on the Samaran Isola. You don't need to be colonialist about it. All they do is produce components to keep the pharmaceutical industry running. That's people's health we're talking about. Old grannies, little babes, people with disabilities.
That's the top of the iceberg, though, isn't it?
The company thinks transporting these chemicals in bulk looks bad, has bad optics, may be illegal in some countries. The Debarders Union, however, we're all about the large volume column.
yeah.
We're gonna transport the living daylights out of those materials, Harry. So your sick kid can get his benefit, and your wacky uncle doesn't have to come off risperidone.
Benefed is a children's cold medicine, usually apricot flavored, and risperidone is used to treat severe psychosis.
And the kids on the street can get speed and pyrrolidone.
I'm an old-fashioned guy, Mr. Kitsuragi. I sometimes grab a beer with the boys, but I have no idea about the things you just mentioned. But if I were to supply ingredients for some sort of rainbow party, I would make sure the Union took a fantastic share. And I'd keep that stuff far away from Martinez.
He's basically admitting to it.
Is Ruby helping you secure this fantastic share?
Harry, if I was supplying raw materials to drug manufacturers, I would need an army of rubies.
Understood.
Any stuff, I just want to solve the murder, okay?
You know why you're such a good detective, Harry? You don't get sidetracked.
I don't?
You care about the people you're supposed to protect, not some systems that may or may not be unethical. Anyway, let's not focus on the sensationalism of the drug trade. This hypothetical drug trade is all anyone ever seems to be interested in. It would only be a small part of the harbor's turnover, just like the harbor is, but a small part of Martinez. Let's look at the big picture. Martinez as a whole. There are little girls out there with dreams of making music. Young mothers who want to start businesses. Models who want to walk catwalks, and steel welders who want to weld steel. I'm gonna unite them all into one economic body. We're gonna incorporate this place to Kingdom Come. Everyone's gonna be in on the wealth, and everyone's gonna pull their weight.
Honestly, it's not my place to judge or express opinion.
Harry, the length you're willing to go to keep your nose clean is remarkable. You will always have a warm bed in Mr. Clare's household, my friend, and a special place in the future of Martinez.
Can I ask you about specific union members?
We're way past specific union members now. This is the big time. We're talking about the future of Revachol here, Harry. You can bother Leonard with that. He loves to run his mouth on such matters. But I'm in big-time mode, Harry.
There's something different about him now. He's more vibrant, more alive in his big-time mode.
It was late. Happened last night. Okay, he's giving me nothing.
Harry, great. I think we have truly built a bridge between Martinez and Jamrock today. We have united the RCM and the Debarders Union. This has been so great. I'm sorry we don't have more fun things to do together, but if you ever feel like bouncing something off me, my door is always open.
Okay. Well, I didn't come to much. I would like to investigate the boardwalk. Why can't I fast travel? Like, what do I need to do? Whoa. Graphical glitches, stop. I should be able to get my gun tonight. Or get shot tonight. Island Boardwalk. For Ruby on the coast. I did get the extra point. Move, Harry Dubois. Oh my god, I can't get my character to move. There you go, buddy. Yeah, the gloves are not good. If I could just replace the gloves, it'd be alright. Alright, so what's... This is not the boardwalk, there's no way. The boardwalk has to be across. That's where my meeting is supposed to be, right? Oh look, I can travel there now. Yeah, so the old fish market. Just walk past the fishing village until you see the boardwalk. Past the fishing village. Like, I don't know, over here? From being this lady? Is this the boardwalk?
The waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards.
That's my motor cord charging the sea, by the way.
Oh, that's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea?
I got drunk and apparently drove it in the sea.
This calls for a funeral, if you ask me.
You're suggesting we honor the carcass of my former motor carriage?
Aye. Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like that and all?
What an odd thought. Maybe I should.
Why odd? Our things are a part of our life world. They're made with our human sweat and they share human history. We should care about them as we care about humans. To some extent, at least.
Alright, I'm in. But organizing a funeral takes a lot of time and effort, doesn't it?
Oh yeah? You won't even be able to get it out of the water before early June. And where are you going to bury it? Who to invite? What music to play at the wake? Take it from someone who's been through a few funerals. It's easiest to just leave them there and let nature take care of it.
That's all we have time for right now anyway. Come back here in June and see how you feel about it then. It's not like it's going anywhere.
Let's focus on things we can actually do, right?
Absolutely. Things like what, for example?
Okay. Alright, boardwalk.
You're back. Good.
Got nothing for me still. I'm supposed to investigate by the boardwalk. Maybe it's like down here or something? I don't understand. Can't go over there. Can't do anything there. And I still haven't investigated the island yet, have I? I went back in here, right? Yeah, the chair room. Went in there, nothing to do in this. You got nothing for me, went in her room, talk to these guys. What was that? There's a pot.
A drop in temperature, an easy flow there. An empty street. Before you, a thoroughfare unjammed with lorries. No more drivers smoking on hitch steps.
What does the smoke smell like?
Silence. Chemically sweetened. Across the road, a forgotten bus stop. Corrosion has opened a hole in its roof. An elm tree watches over the building. Its branches are dripping with rain and snow. The road is smooth and motley. Craters filled with a black asphalt. The asphalt, first laid, is grey already. A row of tenements are under construction in the distance.
Where the people who live across the road.
A tub warm with water, white with soap. A man bathes while radio waves transmit the lottery numbers. 4, 18, 21, 4, 1. A modern washing machine rattles a drawer full of silverware.
What about the bus stop?
Number 312D. Young girls used to come here, huddled up, hoping for more warmth than their thin coats give them. The bus took them to school. It has not run for 8 years. There were not enough girls to sustain its cost.
Okay.
The wind moves the aerosol.
Nice.
A detective stands behind the boom barrier. A breeze moves a curl of his hair.
Nice. Go anywhere around here. I'm missing something right now. Like I'm supposed to like find an exact spot. That's what I did with the last one. To actually like get my character to investigate something.
Wait. Take a longer look at yourself and how you're reflected in that slick chemical rainbow. What do you see?
Just me, I guess?
No. For a second, think about something other than yourself. Think about the blood of industry here before you. The runoff from Coal City, further down the coast. The engines of fortune once roared here. Great wealth poured into Revachol, the Delta, as did smoke, waste, sickness, life.
What happened?
The engines stopped. The West Revacholian industrial base was dismantled after the war. Now, extinguished coke furnaces dot the landscape, a landscape despoiled by industry. Perhaps you could dedicate your life to cleaning it up, but you're a cop. You must concern yourself with different messes. Even so, it's pretty to think.
Then maybe I was gonna have a breakthrough in the case. Oh, I was supposed to talk to Kuno. I forgot about that. Well, about the insects. Oh yeah, I could have talked to him again. Maybe I should have done that. These two things. I'm gonna go to the mural right away. Should I have gone... Is this the boardwalk? Past the fisherman area, right? You know what they said? Now that the dead dude is gone. Stop messing with the coin viewer and hold on to something. The wind is so strong. What is this? I don't know. Let's go to the mural. Mm-hmm. this. Yeah. And you need to. Oh, that is the one I want to go to. Alright, I'm save scrubbing this. We're making this happen. Am I gonna fail this thing a million times in a row?
The once bright mural towers above you.
Oh, it's 3% chance.
Felled electrical.
Wait, wasn't it like way higher before?
Tomorrow is just a whisper away.
What?
A breeze like go to the children of the big sea.
Wait, what was all that?
The wind rushes away,
Oh,
leaving
okay.
you where you were, on the rotting boards of the felled building.
Officer, are you okay? It looked like we lost you for a second.
I need to talk to some kids in the village.
When you're ready.
Okay, apparently that worked. It failed, but it worked, you know? One of those. Let's do it. Talk to the kiddos. Get inside of here too.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
Has anything strange happened lately?
We had bad words and said, I got in trouble. Bad words. Bad words.
Bad words are bad. Don't say them. Okay, what happened?
We just heard funny voices. We thought the voices were funny. We said what they said, and then we got in trouble.
Where did you hear them? Did you overhear someone say them? Was it on a radio?
Radio? What's that? We just heard them in our head.
What do you mean you heard them in your head?
You know, I heard people talking, except just in my head.
Okay, what did you hear?
It was like, it is time at last. My nasty speed freaks. Our brother man is about to grow up.
A memory stirs. You've heard this quickfire patter before.
DJ Flatios, Big Boy Davio single is here. Buckle up, cause this is the fastest track that you're ever gonna hear. Turn up the volume. Blow those speakers out. Now here's... No. Don't say bad words, stupid.
A word when you're done.
The boy draws a jagged rock across the ground. It leaves a white scrap.
Okay. Do I talk to both of them when I talk to them?
The scruffy...
Yeah. Like, I thought it would like highlight both though, maybe when I did that. Should I talk to the little girl first, or should I talk to Kim right away? Come on, Kim. Wait.
Is that the phasmid? It looks like the phasmid, leaning against the wall.
Where? What?
Wait. What if this is the fishing rod situation all over again?
What's going on? I don't know. You're not gonna be fooled again.
Fine. It's not a phasmid. It's not even organic. Just a fire iron resting by the fireplace. But where's your sense of wonder, man?
Alright, kiddo.
Hello, mister.
Alright, she has nothing. It was those two kids who had something for me. Alright, Kim, let's talk.
Detective, about what the twins had to say. So, those voices they heard.
Yes, of course, earlier, when you turned the radio on in his Kanema.
Speed Freaks FM, your favorite channel. Wasn't your radio tuned into Speed Freaks FM?
I can't explain how they heard it. I believe they heard something, and given the poverty of this part of town, I don't know how they could have heard the radio. However, weird as it is, the situation is not connected to the murder. This isn't our business.
But it is related, Kim. The wind told me so.
The lieutenant says nothing. An ocean breeze blows in strong. He raises his jacket collar against it.
An ocean breeze blows in strong inside the house with the doors closed? I was supposed to talk to him outside.
Besides, maybe it was just a radio they overheard. They might not be old enough to know the difference. How would they have heard the voices?
Didn't Ruby have advanced radio know-how?
The lieutenant shrugs.
Let's at least rule out radios before continuing. Maybe the twins didn't know it was a radio they were hearing. The washerwoman seems to know everything that happens here. Let's ask if she heard anything before moving on. After you.
We're breaking the case right now. This is it. This is it. Yeah, the children are the key.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
Have you heard of radio on the coast in the last week or so?
A radio? Ah, no. We play no radio here. There's one in the shack, but it's never used.
You sure you didn't hear any radio playing?
Visitors know every sound that belongs to this coast. I would know if I heard anything different.
Any idea how the twins could have heard Speed Freaks FM?
Was that the nonsense we were spouting? Pah! No, I have no idea where they heard it. They've been in earshot all week, and no radio.
We good, Kim?
Let's just get it out of the way as fast as we can. Contact dispatch from my kinema and ask them to connect you to the station. Maybe they can shed some light on this.
Ready to meet your heroes, Kim?
I'm ready when you are.
Anything else?
What about the radio inside of here? Oh. I know. Can I teleport? Yes. Straight to the car. I can talk to Kuno now too.
You see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist
I need you to connect me to Speed Freaks FM.
Come again, officer?
Speed Freaks FM, a radio station. It's for the case.
Okay, officer. One moment.
No.
Hi, Kim.
I have the GMS on the line. I'll connect you now.
Yo!
Hello, is this DJ Mesh?
It is. I got a few minutes before I gotta go back on air. What can I do for you, cop man?
I'm just calling to confirm. Did you debut a new track from DJ Facio a few days ago?
An asshole is a mouth of shit. And I'm puking.
What?
An asshole is a mouth for shit. Parentheses, and I'm puking. Close parentheses.
I'm gonna say, is he gonna say close parentheses? Okay, but what's the song called?
Yeah, that is the song. An asshole is a mouth for shit, and I'm puking.
We talked to some kids who said they heard it in their heads. Do you know how that could be possible?
Is that what this is about? Listen, it's not our problem if kids decide to tune into River Shaw's hottest station.
They said that they played on the radio they heard in their heads. Do you know how that's possible? Kids have hearing aids.
I don't understand. Are you asking if we can, like, play our station into people's brains?
Just testing out for the government.
We ain't testing anything out for the man, unless it's how many bricks you need to break all his windows. That wasn't a threat, by the way. Just a figure of speech. I'm a spoken word guy. Now, is there anything else you needed?
Merchandise. Ask for Speed Freaks FM. Merchandise.
Can you send me free Speed Freaks merch?
I can understand why you'd ask. Our shit's hot. Think we gave the last of it away at our last live show, but, what's your address anyway?
Send it to the Whirling in Rags and what?
That I can do. Whirling in rags, matinees, got it.
Even if a package arrives, how will it get to you if it hasn't got your name on it?
What, you need my name?
I don't want to know, man. I like leaving it to the imagination. Now, anything else?
Thanks.
Nah, man. Thank you. This has been an absolute pleasure. Later, cop man.
The party has terminated the call. Is there anything else I can...
You should check the radio again.
Press the button labeled saved and turn on Speed Freaks FM.
Spoke to the wildest cop and rapper show. Didn't even get his name. But whoever that mystery cop was, we salute him.
We aren't discussing this.
What a reserve of willpower. It's taken all he's got to not smile.
This is Precinct 57. Can I connect it to someone?
Okay.
57.
In the cabin,
Alright. I leveled up again, and I wanted more composure, I think. Hi, Kim. What's up?
Okay, about that call, let's start from the top. There's no doubt that the twins heard Speed Freaks FM. I still don't know how without a radio, but they did.
We're not any closer to knowing how they heard it, though, are we?
No, we are not.
Weird voice in my head said to talk to the kids. Maybe it's related?
I don't think the voices in your head are related to this, no.
Didn't sound like one of my thoughts. It sounded like a lady. I don't know, is that true?
The lieutenant gives you a long look.
I don't know what to say to that, or what you want me to say. I'm sorry. Did we ask where the kids were when they heard the voice?
We didn't.
No need to apologize. I was just going to say it'd be a good idea to ask them. And, Detective, thanks for this. It's been interesting.
Alright, kids.
The scruffy-haired little boy.
Real quick, boys, where were you when you heard the voices?
There.
Points toward one of the ruined monoliths nearby.
We were there.
Thanks, kids.
Full circle. Back to Feld, then. When you're ready.
The boy turns the rock over in his hands.
This Feld's place, you know, this place that I should really be able to get into.
The once bright mural towers above you, saying,
Hold on.
Feld Electrical, R&D.
I feel like I need to save. It's a 92% chance, but...
The once bright mural towers above you, saying, Feld Electrical, R&D. Tomorrow is just a whisper away.
I got this.
You know a lot about radio.
I rolled a
Enough
12.
to know you have no idea how or why those boys heard Speed Freaks FM in their heads. Knowledge like that isn't just obscure, it's unknowable. Dangerous theoretical facts like that are probably protected under the coalition government's Articles of Dominion, Title 14, Article 7C. While an expert might be able to suss it out on their own, a layman like you has no hope. You don't know how it happened, but the stores of your knowledge are vast, and there is something crucial in them.
What's that?
You know where Ruby isn't. She isn't in the fishing village. She's not with her bullet under the floorboards in the shack. So where could she be? The alcoholics never mentioned seeing Ruby either. Idiot Doom Spiral gave an exhaustive account of recent events, but never mentioned seeing Ruby. You've searched the whole coast for Morel's traps, just as you didn't find the Insulindian Phasmid. You did not find her. You've even entered the church, met Tiago and Sorna. Some criminals seek sanctuary from sacred buildings, though the sanctuary laws were abolished decades ago. But Ruby wasn't such a one. And you do know one thing about radios, Ulan. Ruby dabbles in advanced radio theories. Ulan, the Speed Freaks mystery. It might just be related.
Does it mean she's here?
If she's here on the coast, she'll be here. And besides, something weird happened to the twins around here. It'd be nice to know what caused that. Another fact for your collection.
Where does it go?
In through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust on the stairs, and then the beach below the boardwalk. Its winding tunnels, a a whisper away.
What's happening?
She's down there.
Yeah, I think she's down there below this building.
Okay. Why?
Did hear the radio from here, so something is happening.
True. And Ruby does have radio experience, as evidenced by her lorry. But how do we even get in there? The doors were on the collapsed side of this building. They're gone, basically.
Finally, my time to shine.
There's a ladder next to the sign. Point to it. Perhaps we can climb it and go to the roof?
Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to see 70.
Oh shit! Climbing in.
A rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. Some of the rungs are missing.
Yeah, that doesn't look good at all.
No, it's fine. I'm fine. Assess the situation.
The distances between the remaining rungs are rather wide. You'd have to use the mounting brackets. However, they seem corroded and the peeling rust is razor sharp. In addition, the first rung is going to be tough to reach. It's what, 3 meters above the ground? And you're 180?
90. I'm a giant.
Okay, but still, the roof is collapsing and the wind gets pretty brutal up there. Dismounting from the ladder is going to be hard. Perhaps if you were to not climb the ladder. Instead, what if you were to do something more subtle?
What if I don't climb? What if I just teleport?
Teleportation is not a thing.
Come on, game, where's your adventure spirit?
This really has nothing to do with adventure. We are dealing with basic physics here.
Well, or to try.
Oh yes, it could hurt. A lot.
He is restraining himself from using a parental tone with you right now.
Challenging. Teleport to the roof. 97% chance.
All you need to do is close your eyes and concentrate. Darkness enfolds you. You can feel the distance between the bench and the first rung of the ladder. All you need to is...
do it.
Zoot, zap, pow, crinkle. It's like magic. You feel yourself disappear. Your atoms fading out of existence.
Oh my god, I can't believe it.
Bam! You find yourself on the roof.
What the fuck?
Having mastered the art of physical displacement.
I did it, Kim. I teleported.
I just saw you climb the ladder. You just climbed it like a regular person.
No, not like a regular person. Like a phase spider. The wind at the top of the building starts howling loudly, blowing away the lieutenant's voice. Faintly you hear...
Never mind. Find a way to let me in when you get inside. Don't go adventuring with a backup, especially if we think the suspect may be hiding here.
Okay. Immediately let Kim in. Don't investigate the stuffs. Central support means destroyed by artillery fire. Alright. Yo, I teleported. Don't lie to me. Wait, could I have walked across? I'm going back up. Was it gonna let me walk over here? No. Guess that's like one step up, but I guess it's too high. Okay. I just teleported, but whatever. Alright, immediately let Kim in. Where is it? Yeah, do this. Glass is covered with grime and dust, you can barely see out. Okay. Well, I'm taking the postcard. I wanna let Kim in. You should take out your flashlight. Oh, thanks, game. Yeah, I had a flashlight. Equip this to discover secret orbs in shady areas. Oh shit. Oh shit, I don't remember doing all this. Have I done this before? I don't think so. Alright, let Kim in. Yeah, I'm gonna do some investigating
Two
shit.
rusty metal plates that slide apart.
I don't think I've done that before.
Door. It's been here under the boardwalk for a while.
Who's there? Push the doors open. What's up, Kim? I got a flashlight,
The
Kim,
doors
see?
seem to be on rails, but they've gotten jammed. You grab a side and put some strength into prying it open. With the help of your partner, the two metal panels slide open with a creak.
Huh. I hope no one dangerous heard that.
How'd you even get there?
After you climbed up to the roof, you mean? There's a maintenance entrance under the boardwalk. It's next to a drain pipe, possibly a storm drain. It was easy to miss before.
At least now we have a quick way in and out.
Yes, we have an exit, so let's get going. Time to investigate these passages.
Sure. That's our way out. The rat! There's two rats. It's overturned tables covered in orange mildew, crawling with something. This collapse nearly sealed the basement. Only one can barely squeeze by. Is it? Oh shit, I was about to say, this is where I came from, right? I didn't mean to do that. Quaint, antiquated office furniture, last century maybe? My flashlight has not uncovered anything yet. Old file folders in the cart. Documents silvery with mold. I like how it said it uncovers, what did it say, orbs, right? Yeah, these are orbs. Series of thick, dusty panes of glass.
This isn't just glass. These are old computation components.
These are computation components?
Yes, filament memories. From the time when wires were cast in glass. Slides with an inlaid nervous system.
Damn, look, old cybernetics.
So it is. I think these used to form a single system, slotted in the wall.
This be part of the failed playback experiment?
These? No. These are old filament memories. I hope you're not expecting to find a device here. You will be disappointed.
Okay, fine, I'm disappointed. Ooh, suggestion jacket. Oh, my pants and my jacket match. What? Oh, the other one's better. I was looking fly. Looking a little too fly, I had to change. The beam of a flashlight, a crevice in the wall. Stale fabric smells and dust. No one's slept here in months, maybe years. A hat. Oh, I got another hat. Hey, looking good.
This hat is so soft, so warm. It wraps around your head, and your mind tingles with all manner of socio-economic theory.
This is an Ushanka, right? At the hat.
Kraz Mazov would have worn this Ushanka. Mazov knew where to cook those thoughts. That's why it bears a Mazovian logo. Glory to the revolution, comrade. Whether you like it or not, wearing this hat has made you more communist.
Nice. These pots and plates are full of dust and spider webs. Okay. Revolutionary propaganda on the bunk bed, ancient flyers and brochures.
A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. The plaque reads, K. Mazov. There is a spider web in the lower left corner of the portrait.
It's Krasmazov. What a troublemaker he was.
Yes. Looks like some latter-day radicals were hiding out here. They left a long time ago.
Could be connected to the Mazov bus we found in the students' room?
Millions of depictions of Mazov have been produced. They're not all connected. Besides, that looked like some student. The youths always go for this kind of stuff.
Did someone have stopped through here recently?
You mean like Ruby? No. I think we've stumbled on a piece of history.
Okay, fine. You can see the beach through the slit in the window. Okay, that's real nice. Footprints. Footprints in the sand. One of the souls appears more worn than the other. Something in the air. An unnatural buzzing. Oh, collapses upon the way around. Go left, gotta go right, towards the footprints. Getting louder, the buzzing sound.
There it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp. A strange tingling you can almost smell.
Lieutenant, do you feel something?
No. What do you mean?
A pain, a strange tingling.
I don't feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints back there, and I'm pretty sure they were fresh.
Saw them too, footprints with the right sole worn smooth.
Looks like our suspect. If she's in here, we need to plan our next step carefully.
What do you mean?
Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do? We'll set in motion events we have no control over.
You will upset the balance of power in Martinez. The deadlock between the company and the Union will destabilize. This part of town is a fine clockwork puzzle. Disturb its peace, and it will start breaking down uncontrollably. Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
Okay. Find out Everard's plan to take the harbor. Maybe we should tell Joyce about it?
I leave that to your judgment. You already know what I think about cross-pollinating information like this. It's dangerous, but...
He just can't be sure. Maybe it will yield something useful.
You know what Joyce knows about the murder, but I may have other things to discuss with her.
Yes. There won't be time for that once things go down. Matter of fact, I don't think there's time for it now, but...
If you must.
We still gotta deal with the pigs and my gun.
We absolutely cannot skip that appointment. Consider that 100% confirmed. I fear you'll need your gun for this.
His hand rests on his holster. It's not enough. You need a gun in your hand too. Your gun.
But do you think things can get?
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire city will be razed to the ground.
If you can't predict it, there's nothing you could have done.
I think it's waiting for us in there.
I think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element of surprise.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking.
Or maybe not. Either way, once we go deeper, there will be no turning back.
Wow. It's really telling me that this is it. Right? Seems like the game is telling me this is it. Concrete pipe buried in sand and dust. Oh yeah, give me some money. I'm gonna need that for later. More money. Let's go. Why would they give me money right before the end of the game? Maybe it's not. Oh shit!
Is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
As she says the word officer, you feel a spike in the agony. It sounds like the entire radio frequency range is screaming directly into your neural pathways.
Don't cover them? I don't know.
That's an awful decision. Why would you not want to shield yourself from it? It's an entirely new type of experience.
Then not to fight it.
Way worse than all the previous ones.
What's happening to me?
I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
The explosion of static you're hearing. It's the ULAN frequency, blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
Say anything, try to cover your ears.
A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world. At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
This must be how the twins heard the radio in their heads. They must have been standing by when she tested it. She likes telling you about the machine. Keep her talking. Look for an opportunity to break loose.
What's this goddamn pail anyway?
The pail? It's the end of the world.
How'd you get your hands on this thing?
I built it myself.
And she's proud of it too, as she ought to be. This is way beyond your abilities.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Oh yeah. Way beyond.
Was it like this forever?
No. Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like waking out of a very confusing dream.
Have you experienced the compressor yourself?
Yeah,
okay,
I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through.
This is great and all, but let's talk about the man who was killed.
Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not cops, and of herself merely as prey.
Can you turn it down just so I can just ask you something?
If you've got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
Looking for a deal with my mattress.
Like, should I just click continue or listen? Oh. Oh, cat jam.
God damn it. Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
Your steps were looking out of the shadows, the pain lessened.
She's carrying a 2-barreled front loader. Remain careful. There's only 3 meters between you and the machine. If you keep her distracted for long enough, maybe.
Couldn't Kim just shoot the machine and then... No. Then she would shoot us.
Be careful when you make your move. That'll be it for questions. Bide your time.
Alright. How did you know we were coming?
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while.
By hiding bullets under floorboards?
So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised.
She didn't rat you out, by the way, Isabel the washerwoman.
So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find in my back.
As opposed to the other knives she's finding there now. Hardy for one.
Why hide the bullet, though?
This could have turned out pretty bad for me if you hadn't walked right into 25 bands of ultra-high frequencies.
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit.
Did you shoot Laylee?
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No. he wouldn't have broken first. Oh, I knew the kitten had claws, but not like this. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me?
First guess wasn't entirely off.
Titus and his boys, man. They told us you were on the coast.
Even now, Kim is a paragon of professionalism. He is trying to make a clean cut of telling her she was betrayed.
Well, fuck. Those guys liked me, I know it. If this is what happens to people whom people like, how the fuck do the rest of you get by?
Does she mean that you're not a person whom other people like?
Wasn't it you who called me the human can opener? It's not personal. I opened them up.
I did, didn't I? Now you've come for me. Fuck them all the same.
Honestly, I don't know how I do it. I just stumbled in here. Can you please explain this shit to me?
What shit? I told you I didn't do it. Sounds pretty simple to me.
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
Would you say Lily was a likable person?
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types.
Did you feel protective of the Union?
Yeah, sure. And I didn't like Wild Pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here.
You don't feel sympathy for mercs? It's hard work.
Plenty of broken people who don't come with that kind of body count. Besides, they're paid well for what they do.
I have other questions.
I'm listening.
Did you leave any flowers on the roof?
No. Gifts of flowers and candy aren't really my style.
Not even wildflowers? Maybell, for example?
Nope.
That was morning.
I never did understand why, when someone dies, a hothouse's worth of flowers has to die too.
Okay, so you didn't leave Maybells.
No, I did not.
You have an... do you like to hang out on rooftops?
Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Claudia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna.
What's so great about her antenna?
It's very powerful. I used it to tune into RCM frequencies. That's how I knew to be prepared for your arrival.
Is that the only reason you hung out on the roof?
The view's pretty bomb, too. But you might say the antenna was the main attraction there, yeah. Along with Claudia.
So you're sure you didn't shoot the merc from the roof?
Yes, I'm sure. In fact, the shot couldn't have possibly come from the roof. Otherwise, we would have heard it downstairs.
No one mentioned hearing any shots. And a rifle like the one used would have been loud. She's right. I don't think the shot came from the roof.
Do you have an alibi for when Lily was shot?
Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon you.
There was half an hour missing. Was it half an hour? I think you said 10 minutes. There were 10 minutes I couldn't account for.
You mean the length of a toilet break? That wouldn't even have been enough time.
Our investigation has shown that 15 minutes was just enough time to commit the murder.
Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain.
They pinball much?
No. Not since I was 14 and hanging out in the only diner in Dardun. Haven't been into low-risk, no-reward games since moving to the city. Why?
There's some mysterious pinball machines in pretty mysterious rooms in the Whirling. There's a secret way from the Whirling bar to the roof.
Don't know it, but also...
Evaluating your competence as a police officer.
The shot couldn't have come from the roof, or we would have all heard it downstairs.
She has a point there. No one mentioned.
That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on her.
You have a gun.
And
Where'd you get it?
the gun store.
What gun store?
Trigger Happy Jacks.
Really? Trigger?
What did you think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Sorry, I'm not that kind of gal.
It's a front loader. Do you have another gun somewhere?
Sure don't.
A breech loader?
No.
This is such a wipeout.
The evidence I can ask you about.
Yeah, evidence.
You're running drugs for the Union. I've been through your lorry.
So, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too. Never trust a musician.
Yeah, I made him talk.
Yeah, that figures. What now? You're going to arrest me for drug trafficking?
She's more upset than she lets on.
You had a financial incentive to kill the merc.
Man, it's to get away from all that murderous shit that I left Jamrock, my previous employer, for the Union.
That's it. The lieutenant is unable to articulate his question.
She deliberately avoided naming the mob she worked for. You might be able to find this out later.
I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of the really dirty work myself. This gun has only been used for self-defense against serious scum.
But you're threatening us with it now.
Based on what I've heard about you, you are serious scum.
Okay, let's take a step back.
Yeah? Where?
More questions before doing anything.
Who killed the merc if it wasn't you?
How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him, and there hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio.
Those rings around her eyes, her tired voice. She's been staying up late, listening in on the conversations crisscrossing Martinez.
Police radio? You've been following the case?
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Clausia's room, lying on his side. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
What happened Sunday night? Tell me your version.
She eyes you warily, as though gauging your sincerity.
It's okay. We just want to...
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Clausia comes in, all pale and shuddering. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her.
Did she also seem high to you?
Oh yeah, super. But I didn't think too much of it at first. I'd seen her party hard before.
Claudia said you knew something was wrong immediately.
No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. It wouldn't be a first for her. But no such luck. She was in some deep shit. She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities involved, so yeah.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
How'd you manage to come up with a plan so quickly?
What? No. Faking a lynching was her idea.
Her idea?
Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. It was like she was another person. The party girl was gone.
You can see it. Her lips, though still white, don't seem to tremble as much anymore. She moves with focus and deliberation.
She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck to fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy Boys.
She lied to you about that, too.
It's bad that she'd be so calm. Showerhead, resourceful.
Yeah. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed.
Do you think she killed Lily herself?
As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gunshot, nothing.
But even if this is true, weren't you worried this lynching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although the way things are going...
She doesn't want to talk about this, but not because she has something to hide. She doesn't want the guilt.
Fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me.
You didn't kill him, why hide?
I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent.
So this is what she was scared to tell Titus. This cop.
What do you mean, La Puta Madre agent? Motherfucker?
Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
Through the sudden sharp pain in your head, you hear the lieutenant mumble something to himself. Fucking hell. And why me? You hear through the white noise.
Who's everyone? How do you know this?
Everyone in Jamrock. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a goddamn death ray waiting for you?
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
I mean, what's my real name? If you know that about me, you must know my name.
Harry Dubois. One corrupt motherfucker with the disco pants and a funny tie. Agent to La Puta Madre.
All of this just means that you're effective. Criminals know you and are scared of you.
La Puta Madre, I've heard of La Puta Madre. He's dangerous, right?
Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both.
I know I'm supposed to know about all this, but I lost my memory recently.
Yeah, sure.
She doesn't believe you.
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough.
You do to this Andre anyway.
You've been to my lorry. You think the biggest player in Jamrock appreciates competition? And now I have Harry Can Opener in my lair. Fucking Titus.
She's not going to change her mind that easily. She still perceives you as a threat. Wait, one thing. Possibly small, but she said you rolled into town. Was that you singular or plural? She might know something.
When I came into town, was there anyone with me?
Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them anyway?
Who was in this squad?
Well, it wasn't this scrawny dude. You had 2 guys and a lady. The guys looked pretty buff. Lady wasn't bad either.
What else can you tell me?
One of the guys seemed chipper, a blonde. The other had a brooding something or other about him. And the woman was the only one in uniform. All were carrying. That sound about right?
No idea who these people are, literally.
Hey, didn't I talk to them in the...
Satellite Officer Whitmere looks out of the window grimly, then puts his coffee down and turns to Patrol Officer Minot. We could either take a room here in the Whirling or go home for today. Let's go home, Jean. Nothing's going to happen today, she responds quietly. Jean takes his blonde wig off. Call Heidelstein. He can give us a ride.
I think I know them, they're in Martinez.
Friction, lock, set.
Don't leave me here. Please leave.
Fantastic. I've got to get on the road. Then you can go find your friends. Unless you have anything pressing to ask me.
You know about the bunker next door?
What bunker?
The communist hideout back there.
Don't know anything about it. No one's been around since I set up camp. But I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond to...
I'm gonna die. No, I have no more healing. Like, can't I like, smoke a cigarette or something? What does it do for me again? What, does it damage my health to give me intelligence or something like that? The show. Oh god. We're gonna hit a little... Oh, I can't save during a conversation. I don't remember what it does. Alright, well, let's just try not to die.
Keep calm. Breathe in. After the pain recedes, it's a little clearer.
58%. Let's do it. We don't know what happened. Not until... It's just slowly.
You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell, but...
Whisper over their shoulder, you okay, Kim?
All good, officer. Be careful.
She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles.
Oh, fuck it.
Oh!
If she kills herself, you'll get her gun.
What are you doing?
Problem solving.
Ma'am, put the gun down. That's not the solution to your problems. You are...
Oh, yes it is.
Convince her to put the gun down.
She's truly desperate. She thinks she has no other options. You need to give her options.
What options?
You know.
Maybe it's to talk her out of it.
This is how you talk her out of it. It's the only scenario in which she lives.
Please put your hands up, just walk away.
She stares at you, frozen, the gun still in her mouth, eyes filled with dark intensity. Then something shifts in her. Her neck and shoulders relax, and her grip on the gun loosens.
You don't have to do this, you're not cornered, I'm letting you go.
Day of miracles. I'll take it.
Pulls the gun out of her mouth, eyes still fixed on you, then she turns her gaze to the tunnel behind you.
She runs past you, then past the lieutenant, and disappears into the darkness of the tunnel.
Good call.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. I would have done the same had I not been incapacitated.
I think she didn't do it.
Her tent. We should check it out.
Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally, and now we know your Copo type.
The game has said, we've been monitoring you, and now we know your capo type. There are capo types?
Yes. Guess what's yours?
Sorry, cop?
Yes, sorry cop. The cop who's sorriest. Let's make it official then, shall we?
Won't the other capo types be jealous?
What? Jealous of the sorry cop? I think they'll be fine. Don't worry. They'll be super, super fine. It'll be totally okay.
I'm sorry.
You can dual Copo type from sorry to anything. Of course you are. It's okay.
Yeah, I think so.
See if you can get something out of
Oh,
this.
too nice.
Like info. Or maybe every time you say you're sorry, you get $1 million. That won't happen.
I got my capo type. I made it out the other side alive. I have no more healing left, but I'm alive right now. Cooking utensils. She's prepared herself porridge with bananas. Nice. Dark water trails into the distance. There's no way out. What was this? Dramamine. Plus 3 health. I have 3 charges of plus 1 health. I'm living! I'm fine. $8? See, that's how I knew the game would go on, right?
The plain red
It gave me money.
stands by dispassionately. It was pitched
Not
by
every game does that, though.
hands. She's used to camping out.
60? I thought it was 30 or something. Oh.
It's 90 hours if you...
Oh shit. I've played 38 hours right now, but I mean I have been AFK for, 30 minutes every stream. Oh shit. Alright, look inside.
The tent looks old, but well maintained. In the darkness of the tent, a rolled up sleeping bag, cooking utensils, some books, and a kerosene lamp. It reeks of cigarettes.
Your flashlight on the books.
Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines.
See anything?
They're the magazines.
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine, it's a leather notebook.
I know. Well,
You pocket the worn brown leather journal.
We should read this immediately, like right now.
like right now. Whose journal? A well-loved journal with a brown leather cover and the brand name Schneller embossed on the back. Turn to a lowly traveler.
A thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket.
Examine the cover.
It's made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name, Schneller. Schneller is a stationery brand from Gottwald, beloved among architects and engineers.
Unwind the strap.
The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled.
What are you sneezing? Sneeze away. Study the handwriting.
The large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently, perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins.
Flip through the pages.
It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated.
It's good she left in a hurry. We could learn a lot from this.
On logistics.
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
What are diagrams of?
Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out a familiar spiral shape.
Anything personal?
Short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them. The way some of those question marks trail off into ellipsis. She was going through a tough time. Staff issues. Always tough on the leadership. You smell traces of betrayal.
How far back do the entries go?
The first entry is from August.
Yeah, as soon as this is done being read, I'm going
year.
to save and
It
go.
reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable.
What did she write the day Lily died?
Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. But that's another matter entirely. She is referring to betraying her previous employer. Does this suggest she did it in self-defense?
Anything about La Puta Madre?
That name isn't mentioned as far as you can tell. Small wonder. Would you talk about La Puta Madre in your journal? You do see an M though. La Puta Madre. M is mentioned on March 9th and March 15th.
Read the entry from March 9th first.
Great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching, but also, I feel it in my gut, to finally put a bullet in my head while I'm napping in my lorry or on a smoke break. Well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck by constantly looking over my shoulder. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call? The call? Did M call her personally? Why?
Read the entry from March 12th.
Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best in people, the boys, for example. But experience tells me. Did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures first of all. Gotta make a living, right? I can still hear his voice in the receiver. Taste the plastic. The entry ends abruptly.
What's the most recent entry?
The most recent entry is from today. It reads, even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
It looks like she might have been framed.
That would be a first, or a fourth. But who's counting, he thinks. Very rarely does anyone actually get framed.
Am I really a Liquid moderate agent?
No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure.
He truly does not believe you are. Perhaps he shouldn't be so trusting.
If she didn't do it, maybe it's good we didn't catch her?
I wouldn't go so far as to say that. We have other reasons to arrest her. Besides, I'm not sure her life as a fugitive is going to be much better than we does. Especially if she has problems with the Madre.
Then who do you think killed the Merc?
Could have been Titus. Then again...
No one heard the shot.
Maybe there's a Hardy boy we've yet to meet, who acted as his accomplice. Either way, we need to keep an eye on him. One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling and rags. Questions to ask. We should get to it.
That's it. Saving and going to sleep. That's me. Main menu. Confirm. Quit. 38 hours and it takes 60-ish? Is that what was said? How long is Disco Elysium? Wait, what? It says if you want to focus on the main story, it'll take you an average of 20 hours, with impatient players clearing them about 15, and slow players around 27.
That's not what it said.
Oh, I've played for 44 hours. It hadn't added up my most recent play session yet. These people lied to me. Reddit, just beat it about 20 hours, supposedly 90? Somebody said, even if someone's a slow reader, I still think they wouldn't take 60 plus hours. It was vastly overestimated. The game is fantastic, but I don't like the way it was marketed. Besides the 90-hour statement, which is utter bullshit to say the least, it reads on their Steam page a groundbreaking open world RPG. I mean, it's... Yeah. I'm an 80% completionist right now in this game, I think. I mean, it's literally an open world game, not gonna argue there, but the open world genre has been reconceptualized during the last decade and now it refers to games like GTA, Assassin's Creed. That's a very smart comment on Reddit. These people go. Interesting thing when people say how long it took to beat the game would be to give also the number of quests done and how many thoughts they unlocked. Not necessarily internalized. Maybe even the amount of clothes too. It could be an interesting indicator of how much they actually saw and explain how they played it too. Do you have high encyclopedia? Did you buy and interact with every item, so on? Personally, I play like a adventure game. I read everything, yes. Explore all topics. High encyclopedia. Talk to everyone multiple times. Night and day, also days later. See if different stuff was available. And how long did it take it? Oh, I'm already clocking at 50 hours at the start of day 6. What I just counted 87 quests done and 6 active ones, the long-lasting ones that progress with the story and days passing, it seems, and 54 pieces of clothing. Oh my god. Alright, well, interesting.